Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. The Salem Witches' Institute. Let's start the story with a journey across the Atlantic Ocean to a place where magical history took a most intriguing turn in the New World. In the northeastern corner of what is now the United States, nestled among the rolling hills and dense forests of Massachusetts, stands an institution invisible to Muggle eyes, yet profound in its impact on American wizarding society. The Salem Witches' Institute, sometimes whispered about but rarely discussed in detail, represents one of the oldest magical educational establishments in North America. Unlike the stone towers and medieval architecture of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Salem Witches' Institute embraces colonial American aesthetics, with its sprawling wooden structures, white-painted facades, and tall, narrow windows that gleam with enchanted light on misty New England mornings. The main building, constructed in the late 17th century, stands 3 stories tall, with a distinctive witch's hat-shaped cupola that serves as an astronomical observatory. The Institute's founding is a tale of resilience and defiance. During the infamous Salem witch trials of 1692 and 1693, while Muggles were tragically executing innocent people, a group of 11 genuine witches from prominent magical families along the eastern seaboard gathered in secret. They realized the need for a safe haven where magical knowledge could be preserved and young witches could learn without fear. These founders, led by the formidable Proserpina Withers, a distant relative of Gondolphus Graves, an original Magical Congress of the United States of America member, established the Institute within a magically expanded forest clearing. The original name was the New England Academy for Witches, but it was later changed to embrace the location of Salem as an act of reclamation, transforming a place of historical tragedy into one of magical education and empowerment. As you might imagine yourself walking through the Institute's halls, you would notice distinctive features unlike any other magical school. The floors are crafted from native pine, enchanted to resist wear and muffle sound, creating a perpetual sense of hushed reverence throughout the campus. Walls lined with hand-dipped beeswax candles in wrought iron sconces provide a warm, golden glow, regardless of the sometimes harsh New England weather outside. When snow blankets the grounds in winter, the entire institute feels like a protective cocoon of magical warmth. Unlike Hogwarts, which teaches both witches and wizards, the Salem Institute was historically a women's educational establishment. This was not due to prejudice, but rather a response to the gendered nature of the witch trials themselves, which disproportionately targeted women. Over time, this tradition evolved, and by the mid-20th century, the Institute began accepting male students, though it retains its name as a tribute to its origins. The curriculum at Salem differs notably from its European counterparts. While core magical subjects like transfiguration, charms, and potions remain essential, the Salem Witches' Institute places unique emphasis on wandless magic, a tradition inherited from Native American magical practices that early colonist witches learned and incorporated. Students at Salem begin their education by learning to channel magic through natural objects, stones, feathers, and wood, before receiving their wands, typically at the end of their first year rather than before beginning their studies. Another distinguishing feature of Salem's education is the emphasis on magical history, particularly relating to magical Muggle relations. Given North America's complex history of witch hunts, The International Statute of Secrecy is not merely an abstract law, but a living reality with deep historical wounds attached. Students at Salem study extensively the consequences of magical exposure and the ethical responsibilities of witches and wizards living in predominantly Muggle communities. The institute is divided into 4 houses, but unlike Hogwarts houses that are named after founders, Salem's houses honor the 4 primary elements of nature that feature prominently in both European and Native American magical traditions: Firestone, Watershed, Windward, and Earthroot. Each house specializes in magical approaches that harness their respective elemental affinities. Perhaps most striking to visitors from abroad would be the Institute's extensive botanical gardens, which showcase magical plants from across the Americas. The garden's centerpiece is a magnificent eastern white pine, over 300 years old, said to have been planted by Proserpina Withers herself. This tree serves as both a living monument and a source of potent magical ingredients used in distinctly American potions and remedies. Around this ancient sentinel grow carefully tended plots of everything from mundane herbs with magical properties to exotic specimens that glow, move, or change colors with the phases of the moon. The Institute maintains a complex relationship with MACUSA, the Magical Congress of the United States of America, sometimes serving as a place of political debate and policy development. Many prominent American witches in politics, magical research, and international magical cooperation trace their educational roots to Salem's hallowed halls. Notable alumni include Serafina Picquery, who attended before her time at Ilvermorny and later became MACUSA president during the 1920s, and Charity Wilkinson, the 3rd chief of the Federal Bureau of Covert Vigilance and No-Maj Obliviation. The Institute's architecture incorporates subtle magical protections, including Muggle-repelling charms that cause non-magical people to suddenly remember urgent appointments elsewhere when approaching too closely. Unlike Hogwarts' dramatic appearance as a crumbling danger zone to Muggle eyes, Salem appears as nothing more remarkable than a private women's liberal arts college, a cover story maintained meticulously through occasional strategic interactions with the local non-magical community. As you might sense while walking its grounds, the Institute has a distinctive scent, a blend of beeswax, aged leather-bound books, dried herbs, and the crisp, clean scent of New England air after rainfall. This olfactory signature is so distinctive that alumni often report being transported back to their school days whenever they encounter a similar combination of scents. The Salem Witches Institute remains primarily a day school rather than a boarding school, reflecting the more distributed nature of the American wizarding population compared to Britain's more centralized magical community. Students typically commute via a network of designated portkeys disguised as antique household items placed strategically in wizarding communities along the eastern seaboard. For those from farther afield, a limited number of dormitory spaces are available in buildings designed to resemble traditional colonial saltbox houses. The Institute's approach to magical education embraces innovation while honoring tradition. European visitors often remark on the practical, pragmatic approach to magic taught at Salem, focusing less on theory and more on application. This reflects broader American wizarding values that tend to prioritize results and innovation over strict adherence to traditional methodologies. As twilight falls on the Institute's grounds, magical lighting automatically activates, not with the dramatic torches of Hogwarts, but with the soft golden glow of bewitched hurricane lamps that hover gently above the pathways. In winter, these lamps emit not only light, but a gentle warmth that melts falling snowflakes several feet before they reach anyone walking beneath. The Salem Witches Institute stands as a testament to American magical resilience, a place where tragedy was transformed into triumph, where the very name that once signified fear and persecution now represents knowledge, community, and the enduring strength of witches who refuse to allow darkness to extinguish their light. As you consider this unique institution across the ocean, what hidden strengths might you discover in places that have witnessed both darkness and light? And how might the lessons of Salem's transformation from a place of fear to a sanctuary of learning apply to challenges in your own life? Chapter 2. The Magic of Wizard Wireless. Voices traveling through the air, carried not by owls but by invisible waves of magic. Throughout the wizarding world, families gather around ornate wooden boxes, adjusting brass dials as disembodied voices and melodies fill their homes with news, entertainment, and comfort. Tonight, we shall explore the fascinating history and inner workings of the Wizard Wireless Network, a marvel of magical engineering that connects witches and wizards across vast distances. The story of magical radio begins, as many wizarding innovations do, with a touch of curiosity about Muggle technology. In the early 1920s, as radio broadcasting took the Muggle world by storm, a young wizard named Archibald Alderton became fascinated by the concept of transmitting sound through the air without physical carriers. Alderton, who had a Muggle-born grandfather, was permitted occasional glimpses into the non-magical world and became entranced by the primitive radio sets he encountered. Unlike many purebloods who dismissed Muggle inventions, Alderton recognized the potential. However, rather than simply copying Muggle radio, he wondered if the same principle could be achieved through purely magical means. Working from his small workshop in Cardiff, Alderton began experimenting with communication charms, sound-carrying enchantments, and modified versions of the sonorous spell. If you could visit Alderton's workshop in those early days, you would find a cluttered space filled with oddities, twisted brass instruments, crystals of varying sizes and colors, and numerous journals filled with calculations and spell modifications. The air would be thick with the scent of magical residue, slightly metallic, and with faint traces of ozone, as failed experiments occasionally resulted in small explosions or unexpected transformations of nearby objects. After 3 years of dedicated experimentation, in 1925, Alderton achieved his breakthrough. Rather than relying on electromagnetic waves like Muggle radio, his system utilized what he called sympathetic magical resonance, a principle whereby objects enchanted with the same specific charm would maintain a connection regardless of distance. By creating a central broadcasting artifact and numerous receiving sets attuned to it, he established the foundation for what would become the Wizard Wireless Network. The first broadcast was modest, merely Alderton himself reading a passage from the Tales of Beedle the Bard to 6 receiving sets distributed among friends in different parts of Britain. The quality was poor by modern standards, with his voice sounding distant and occasionally interrupted by unusual magical interference that manifested as sounds of distant phoenix song or the faint whispers of ghosts. Nevertheless, the wizarding community immediately recognized the invention's potential. The earliest wireless sets were distinctive creations, handcrafted from polished mahogany or oak, with brass fittings and dials made from enchanted moonstone that glowed faintly when the set was in operation. Unlike Muggle radios that required electricity, Wizard wireless sets drew power from ambient magical energy, functioning perfectly well even in places like Hogwarts where Muggle technology fails. These early models required occasional rejuvenation with a tap of the wand and the incantation Sonoris Perpetuum to maintain their enchantments. By 1927, the newly formed British Wizarding Broadcasting Corporation BWBC began regular programming with a schedule that included news reports from the Daily Prophet, music performances by popular wizarding bands, and educational content. The headquarters, established in a magically expanded building in Diagon Alley, featured studios with walls lined with sound-absorbing herbs and minerals that prevented magical interference during broadcasts. The distinctive voice of Wilhelmina Grubbly-Plank, who before her substitute teaching career was the network's first regular news announcer, became familiar to wizarding households across Britain. Her clear, authoritative delivery of daily news became so associated with reliability that the expression straight from Grubbly-Plank's mouth entered common wizarding parlance as a declaration of certainty. The golden age of wizard wireless arrived in the 1930s and early 1940s, coinciding with rising tensions that would lead to Grindelwald's War. Popular programs included Witching Hour, a drama series following the adventures of a witch detective solving magical mysteries and healing harmonies with Celestina Warbeck, which launched the career of the woman who would become known as the Singing Sorceress. Perhaps most beloved was Toots, Shoots and Roots, a gardening advice program hosted by Tilden Toots, a flamboyant herbologist whose enthusiastic descriptions of plant care were so vivid that listeners often reported they could almost smell the soil and flora he described. His catchphrase, "Give it a tickle with your wand and a sprinkle of dragon manure," became a humorous shorthand for nurturing anything that needed care and attention. During Grindelwald's rise to power, the wireless took on greater significance as a source of reliable information. When parts of Wizarding Europe fell under Grindelwald's influence and newspaper reporting became compromised, wireless broadcasts became vital lifelines. The European Wizarding Hour, broadcast in multiple languages from a secret location in Switzerland, provided uncensored news about Grindelwald's movements and activities. If you were to sit in a typical Wizarding home during this period, you might notice families gathered closely around their wireless sets, speaking in hushed tones as they absorbed news from abroad. The warm glow of the Moonstone dial would illuminate concerned faces, casting long shadows across room walls as reports of disappearances and attacks filled the air. For many, the wireless became both a source of dread and a symbol of resistance, a reminder that truth could still travel freely even when people could not. The technical aspects of Wizard Wireless evolved substantially over the decades. By the 1950s, enchanted quartz crystals replaced the less stable Moonstone components, allowing for clearer reception and reduced interference from nearby magical activity. The development of the selective reception charm enabled wireless sets to tune more precisely to specific broadcasts, eliminating the problem of overlapping signals that had previously caused confusion, when listeners might suddenly hear fragments of different programs simultaneously. International Wizarding broadcasts required particularly sophisticated magic. The babbling beverage reversal charm, incorporated into more expensive models, automatically translated foreign language broadcasts into the listener's native tongue. This innovation, developed by Miranda Goshawk, better known for her contributions to standard spellbooks, revolutionized magical communication across language barriers. The wireless played a crucial role during both Wizarding wars against Voldemort. During the First Wizarding War, the Ministry of Magic utilized emergency broadcast capabilities to issue warnings about Death Eater attacks and provide safety instructions. The distinctive three-note chime that preceded these announcements became so associated with bad news that many witches and wizards reported feeling a chill at hearing similar musical patterns years after the war ended. In the Second Wizarding War, when the Ministry fell under Voldemort's control, the wireless became a tool of resistance. Potterwatch, a clandestine broadcast operated by Order of the Phoenix members and supporters, provided uncensored information about Voldemort's regime and offered hope to those in hiding. The broadcasts used constantly changing frequencies and required passwords, making them difficult for Death Eaters to intercept. The technical wizardry behind Potterwatch deserves special recognition. The program utilized a modified protean charm that connected all participating wireless sets, allowing them to automatically tune to the correct frequency when the proper password was spoken. This innovation came from Lee Jordan and Fred Weasley, who adapted the same principle Hermione Granger had used for the DA coins during their Hogwarts years. Modern Wizard Wireless has continued to evolve in the post-war era. The introduction of atmospheric absorption enchantments in the late 1990s eliminated the static interference previously caused by adverse weather conditions. Contemporary sets are often smaller and more elegantly designed, though traditionalist wizarding families still prize the large ornate models of earlier generations. Popular modern programs include Quidditch Quarterly, analyzing league standings and player statistics, Cauldron of Questions, a fiendishly difficult quiz show, and Magical Creatures and Where They're Calling From, featuring live interviews with representatives of various magical species conducted by Luna Scamander, née Lovegood. The cultural impact of Wizard Wireless extends beyond information and entertainment. It has shaped wizarding identity, preserved oral traditions, and created shared experiences across geographical boundaries. Unlike Muggle television, which later supplanted radio in importance, Wizard Wireless has maintained its central role in magical homes, perhaps because the absence of visual elements leaves room for the distinctive imaginative powers that witches and wizards naturally possess. The unique sensory experience of Wizard Wireless deserves mention. Unlike Muggle radio, Wizard Wireless broadcasts occasionally carry magical properties beyond mere sound. A skilled broadcaster can infuse their words with minor charm effects. Listeners to gardening programs might detect the faint scent of the plants being discussed, while audiences of dramatic readings might feel subtle emotional impressions associated with the narrative. These effects, while mild, contribute to the immersive experience that makes Wizard Wireless so beloved. As night deepens around us, and the wireless in the corner softly plays a nocturne performed by enchanted instruments, consider how voices traveling through the ether connect us to distant places and people. In a world of instant owls and flu communications, what power might there be in listening to a voice without seeing the speaker, in creating mental landscapes from sounds alone, and in being part of an invisible community of listeners, all experiencing the same moment from different corners of the wizarding world. Chapter 3. The History of Platform 9 3/4. Between the mundane and magical worlds, there exist places of transition, gateways where the veil between realities grows thin enough to pass through. Perhaps none is more beloved or storied than that unassuming barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, where generations of young witches and wizards have taken their first steps toward their magical education. Tonight, we shall explore the remarkable history of Platform 9 3/4, that ingenious concealed gateway to the Hogwarts Express. Long before the gleaming scarlet steam engine became the standard transport to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, students arrived by a variety of means, some by enchanted carriages, others via personal broomsticks, and those from wizarding families, often by side-along apparition with their parents. This haphazard approach to school transportation created numerous logistical challenges, not least the increasing risk of Muggle exposure, as Britain's non-magical population grew and spread. The idea for a unified transport system came from Minister for Magic Evangeline Orpington, who served from 1849 to 1855. A visionary witch with a particular interest in Muggle technologies, Orpington recognized the potential of Britain's rapidly expanding railway network. In 1850, she proposed a daring plan, the acquisition of a Muggle steam locomotive that would be enchanted to serve as dedicated transport for Hogwarts students. If you had been present at the contentious Wizengamot session, where Orpington first presented her proposal, you would have witnessed fierce debate. Traditional pure-blooded families objected to the use of Muggle contraptions, while progressive elements celebrated the ingenuity of adapting non-magical technology for wizarding purposes. After months of deliberation and multiple revisions to address security concerns, the plan was approved by a narrow margin. The implementation required extraordinary magical cooperation. A team of the Ministry's finest enchanters, led by renowned magical engineer Audlin Gamble, purchased a conventional steam locomotive from the Muggle company Great Western Railway. Transporting it secretly to a Ministry facility required complex disillusionment charms and several carefully timed memory charms on Muggle railway workers. The transformation of the ordinary locomotive into the Hogwarts Express took nearly 2 years. Every component required specialized enchantment, boilers that would run indefinitely without coal, whistles charmed to be heard only by those with magical ability, windows that adjusted their view to show calming scenery, regardless of the actual landscape, and cushioned seats with subtle comfort charms that prevented travel sickness. Perhaps most challenging was creating a suitable departure point. While wizarding families could theoretically congregate anywhere, the logistics favored London as the central hub from which the train would depart. King's Cross Station, constructed in 1852, presented an ideal location due to its multiple platforms and relatively secluded areas. Creating Platform 9 3/4 involved some of the most sophisticated spatial magic ever attempted in Britain. Rather than simply concealing the platform, the enchantment team created an actual expanded space, a pocket dimension anchored between platforms 9 and 10, but existing slightly adjacent to mundane reality. This magic drew inspiration from extension charms, but applied on a scale previously unattempted. The barrier itself represents a masterwork of magical concealment. If you were to examine it with magical detection instruments, you would discover layers of enchantment woven together with remarkable precision. Muggle-repelling charms ensure non-magical people never notice students disappearing into solid brick. Disillusionment charms conceal the momentary distortion when someone passes through, and silencing spells muffle the distinctive whooshing sound of passage. The magic of the barrier includes sophisticated recognition components that identify magical beings, allowing them passage while preventing Muggles from accidentally wandering through. This discrimination is based not on blood status, but on the presence of magical ability or awareness. Muggle parents of magical children can pass through when accompanied by their children, or with special ministry authorization. The first journey of the Hogwarts Express departed on September 1, 1854, marking a revolutionary moment in wizarding transportation. The platform bustled with excitement and apprehension as students and parents navigated the novel experience. Some traditional families still refused to use the new system, but within 5 years, the convenience and security had won over even the most conservative elements of wizarding society. If you had stood on the platform that first morning, you would have noticed the distinctive scent of magical steam, slightly sweeter than its Muggle counterpart, and with hints of peppermint and warm brass. The gleaming scarlet engine, more vibrant than any Muggle train, reflected golden light as ministry officials in formal attire directed families through the complex boarding process. Over the decades, Platform 9 3/4 evolved with subtle improvements. In 1870, weather-influencing charms were added to ensure the platform always maintained a pleasant temperature regardless of external conditions. By 1892, magical vendors began appearing on the platform, selling last-minute school supplies and treats. The Honeydukes Express trolley service began in 1908 as a collaboration between the famous sweet shop and the Ministry's Department of Magical Transportation. Security measures at the platform have waxed and waned with external threats to the wizarding community. During Grindelwald's rise in the 1930s and 40s, Aurors maintained a visible presence, checking identities and inspecting luggage. Similar precautions returned during both wizarding wars against Voldemort, with the platform nearly closing entirely during the height of the Second Wizarding War when Hogwarts fell under Death Eater control. The architectural style of Platform 9 3/4 reflects its Victorian origins, but with distinctly magical elements. Wrought iron archways are engraved with subtle runes that reinforce the concealment charms. The platform's cobblestones are hewn from Scottish granite quarried near Hogsmeade, creating a magical resonance with the train's destination. Ornate brass lanterns emit a warm light that seems to cut through even the thickest London fog, enchanted to never extinguish. Perhaps most distinctive is the platform's magical clock, designed by Artemisia Lufkin, who later became Minister for Magic. Unlike ordinary timepieces, this clock displays not only the current time, but also the emotional state of the platform. Its hands move between settings like departure imminent, farewell tears, lost pet emergency, and joyful reunion. Station workers use the clock's readings to anticipate needs and address situations before they become problematic. The maintenance of Platform 9 3/4 requires continuous attention from the Department of Magical Transportation, a team of specialized witches and wizards, known as Boundary Wardens, monitor the integrity of the spatial magic, reinforcing weakened areas and adjusting the Muggle-repelling charms as necessary. Every summer during the quiet period, the platform undergoes a complete magical overhaul, with each enchantment renewed for the coming school year. Notable incidents at the platform have become part of Hogwarts legend. In 1932, a student's miscast locomotor spell sent dozens of trunks racing down the platform, resulting in a spectacular pile-up and the escape of numerous pets. The winter of 1967 saw the great platform freeze when a malfunctioning weather charm caused the entire platform to become encased in 3 feet of snow, delaying the Christmas return to Hogwarts by 2 days, while ministry officials reversed the effect. More seriously, the platform has occasionally been targeted by those wishing to disrupt wizarding society. In 1974, a group of anti-Muggle extremists attempted to modify the barrier to prevent Muggle-born students from passing through, resulting in a tense standoff with magical law enforcement. During Voldemort's first rise to power, the platform received special protection after intelligence suggested Death Eaters planned to sabotage the Hogwarts Express. The platform has witnessed countless personal stories, first departures and tearful goodbyes, joyful reunions and burgeoning friendships, last-minute dashes through the barrier, and carefully planned arrivals. Each year, new first-year students approach the solid-seeming wall with trepidation, taking that leap of faith that symbolizes their first independent step into the wizarding world. For Muggle-born students, the passage through the barrier represents a physical manifestation of their transition between worlds. Many describe the moment of passing through as a distinctive magical sensation, a brief coolness like stepping through a waterfall, followed by a gentle tingle of magical energy that seems to welcome them to their new reality. In recent years, Platform 9 3/4 has incorporated subtle modern updates while maintaining its traditional character. Enchanted information boards now display personalized directions for lost students, and a dedicated area provides support for Muggle parents experiencing the platform for the first time. Security systems have been modernized with intruder detection spells that alert authorities to unauthorized magical signatures. Despite these changes, the core experience remains remarkably consistent across generations: the gleaming scarlet engine, the billowing steam, the flutter of owls, the cacophony of voices, the mingled emotions of excitement and anxiety. The platform serves as both beginning and ending point for the Hogwarts journey, a liminal space that bridges not only London and Hogsmeade, but childhood and adulthood, potential and achievement. As the last whistle sounds, and the Hogwarts Express pulls away from Platform 9 3/4, leaving behind parents waving until the train disappears from sight. Consider this: what invisible barriers might we pass through in our own lives, those moments of transition we hardly recognize until we've already emerged on the other side. And what magic might be waiting for those brave enough to run at what appears to be solid brick, trusting that passage will open before them. Chapter 4. The Wisdom of Firenze, the Centaur. Stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns, telling stories to those who have learned to read their celestial language. Deep within the forbidden forest, hooves move silently across moss-covered ground as a figure, half man, half horse, raises his eyes to the heavens in contemplation. Tonight, we shall explore the remarkable wisdom of Firenze the Centaur, whose understanding of the world bridges the divide between human and equine perspectives, between earth and sky, between the seen and the unseen. Unlike many of the teachers who have passed through Hogwarts' hallowed halls, Firenze's wisdom stems not from books or human tradition, but from the ancient lore of the Centaur herd that has dwelled in the Forbidden Forest for countless generations. Born under a rare alignment of Mars and Jupiter that occurs only once every 77 years, Firenze's was marked from birth as one who would walk an unusual path, even by the standards of his kind. If you were to glimpse Firenze moving through the forest in his early years, you would notice his distinctive palomino body and astonishingly blue eyes that seemed to reflect not just the sky above, but something of the infinite beyond. Even as a young centaur, he displayed an unusual curiosity about the wider world beyond the forest boundaries, listening intently when elders spoke of the complex relationship between centaurs and wizard kind throughout history. Centaur education differs profoundly from human magical instruction. Young centaurs learn not through formal lessons, but through observation, contemplation, and cosmic connection. From their earliest days, they are taught to read the movements of planets and stars, to interpret the patterns of nature, and to recognize that all events, from the seemingly insignificant to the world-changing, are reflected in the heavens above. Firenze's exceptional talent for divination manifested early, but with a notable difference from his herdmates. While most centaurs interpreted celestial signs with rigid adherence to traditional meanings, Firenze developed a more nuanced approach, recognizing patterns that others missed and questioning interpretations that seemed incomplete. This tendency toward independent thought marked him as somewhat controversial among the more traditional members of his herd, particularly Bane, who would later become one of his most vocal critics. The Centaur approach to knowledge encompasses patience beyond human comprehension. Where wizards might spend hours or days contemplating a problem, centaurs think in terms of seasons and years. Firenze would often stand motionless for entire nights, watching the slow dance of stars across the sky, absorbing not just their positions, but the subtle interplay of light, movement, and energy that humans rarely perceive. The forest itself served as Firenze's primary classroom. He learned to read weather patterns from the behavior of creatures and the movement of leaves, to identify thousands of plants and their properties by scent alone, and to navigate by subtle landmarks imperceptible to human eyes. The Forbidden Forest is not merely a collection of trees and creatures, but a complex, interconnected system of life and magic. A perspective Firenze would later struggle to convey to his human students. Centaur philosophy, which shaped Firenze's worldview, centers on several key principles. First is the understanding that time is not linear but cyclical. Events do not simply happen once but recur in varying forms throughout history. Second is the belief that observation should generally take precedence over intervention, that watching and understanding often serve better than acting hastily. Third is the conviction that all living beings are connected through intricate bonds that transcend physical proximity or apparent similarity. The pivotal moment in Firenze's life came during Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts, when the Centaur made the unprecedented decision to allow a human to ride upon his back. A profound taboo in Centaur culture, where such an act symbolizes degradation and subservience. His rescue of Harry Potter from the shadowy figure of Voldemort in the forest marked not just an act of compassion, but a deliberate break from Centaur tradition of non-interference in human affairs. The aftermath of this decision reverberated through Firenze's life. While some younger centaurs privately admired his courage, the herd leadership, particularly Bane and Magorian, viewed his actions as betrayal. Tensions simmered for years, with Firenze increasingly isolated within his own community, spending more time alone in distant parts of the forest or near its edges, where he occasionally observed Hogwarts and the humans who dwelled there. The true break came when Albus Dumbledore, facing the dismissal of Sybil Trelawney during Dolores Umbridge's educational reforms, invited Firenze to become a teacher of divination at Hogwarts. This unprecedented appointment, no non-human had ever held a teaching position at the school, represented both opportunity and exile for Firenze, as his acceptance led to formal banishment from his herd. If you had walked into Firenze's classroom during his first year of teaching, you would have encountered an environment unlike any other at Hogwarts. The room had been transformed to resemble a forest clearing, with moss-covered ground, trees growing from the floor, and an enchanted ceiling displaying a perfect replica of the night sky. The air carried hints of forest scents, pine needles, wild herbs, and the earthy mustiness of fallen leaves. No desks or chairs interrupted the natural setting. Students sat upon the ground as they would in a real forest. Firenze's teaching methods challenged human educational conventions, where Professor Trelawney emphasized specific techniques and dramatic predictions. Firenze taught that divination was not about foretelling individual futures, but understanding broader patterns. He dismissed human methods like tea-leaf reading and crystal gazing as imprecise magic, instead guiding students to observe smoke patterns, planetary positions, and subtle natural signs. His pedagogical approach often left students confused or frustrated, Accustomed to clear instruction and defined outcomes, many struggled with Firenze's emphasis on patient observation and his reluctance to provide direct answers. When students asked what a particular sign meant, he would typically respond, not with an interpretation, but with questions that guided them toward deeper contemplation. Particularly challenging for human students was the Centaur conception of time. Firenze would speak of events centuries past as if they had occurred recently and discuss possible futures as though they were already unfolding. His famous statement that he had been watching the skies for a decade and had seen strange portents revealed the vast perspective difference between human and Centaur cognition. What seemed urgent to humans was merely a brief moment in the extensive cosmic awareness of Centaurs. Life at Hogwarts presented numerous practical challenges for Firenze. The castle's architecture, designed for bipedal beings, required magical modifications to accommodate his equine lower body. Doorways needed widening, staircases demanded alternate routes, and his personal quarters required special design with a padded floor rather than a conventional bed. Even simple activities like joining colleagues for meals in the Great Hall necessitated special arrangements. Beyond physical adaptations, Firenze faced social isolation. Though Dumbledore and most staff treated him with respect and collegiality, some, like Umbridge with her prejudice against half-breeds, viewed his presence as inappropriate. Among the students, reactions ranged from fascination to discomfort, with some pure-blood students from traditional families sharing their family's view that centaurs were lesser beings, despite their intelligence. Perhaps most poignant was Firenze's separation from his kind. Centaurs are deeply communal, their identity formed through herd relationships and shared celestial observations. Though he never spoke of it to his human colleagues, those with sensitive perception might have noticed how, on clear nights, Firenze would stand at castle windows gazing toward the forest, his expression reflecting a profound loneliness that transcended species. Despite these challenges, Firenze's presence at Hogwarts marked a subtle but significant shift in wizarding-centaur relations. Students exposed to his wisdom gained appreciation for non-human intelligence and perspective, carrying that understanding into their adult lives and respective careers. His dignified bearing and profound knowledge challenged stereotypes and prejudices ingrained in wizarding culture for centuries. His teaching encompassed not just divination, but a fundamentally different way of perceiving reality. He taught students to look beyond immediate concerns, to broader contexts, to question the artificial boundaries between subjects that human education imposed, and to recognize that knowledge without wisdom is ultimately empty. When explaining the Centaur view of the cosmos, he would often use the metaphor of a vast tapestry. Humans tend to focus on individual threads, while centaurs perceive the overall pattern. During the Battle of Hogwarts, Firenze demonstrated both courage and martial skill, fighting alongside the defenders despite still being officially banished from his herd. His injuries during the battle were severe, a testimony to his willingness to risk his life for a school that had become his second home. The sight of his Palomino body, lying wounded in the Great Hall, moved many to tears and highlighted the sacrifice of non-human allies in the fight against Voldemort. The aftermath of the battle brought unexpected reconciliation. Moved by Firenze's bravery, and perhaps recognizing the changing relationship between the magical species, the Centaur herd, led by Megorian, reversed their banishment. Though Firenze continued teaching at Hogwarts, he was once again welcome in forest gatherings and ceremonies, permitted to share observations of the stars with his kind, and contribute his unique perspective shaped by years among humans. His wisdom found perhaps its clearest expression in his often quoted response to a student who asked whether a particular celestial alignment meant good or bad fortune. The stars do not concern themselves with our definitions of good and evil. They simply are. It is in how we respond to what is written there that we define ourselves. This statement encapsulates the Centaur philosophy that destiny offers pathways rather than fixed outcomes. In the years following the war, Firenze's influence extended beyond divination. he became an unofficial ambassador between the Centaur herd and Hogwarts, facilitating better understanding and cooperation. Under headmistress Minerva McGonagall, he also contributed to curriculum reform, advising on how non-human magical perspectives might enrich education across subjects from astronomy to history of magic. Those fortunate enough to study under Firenze often speak of transformative moments when his teaching transcended conventional education. One frequently recounted incident involved a class, held not in his classroom but in the actual Forbidden Forest at dawn. After hours of silent observation as night transitioned to day, he asked each student to describe not what they saw, but what they felt. This exercise in perception beyond visual observation left a lasting impression on many who experienced it. Firenze's legacy at Hogwarts represents a bridge between worlds, not just between human and centaur, but between different ways of knowing. Where wizarding education typically emphasizes accumulation of knowledge and mastery of techniques, the Centaur tradition values patience, observation, and the understanding that some mysteries are not meant to be conquered but contemplated. As the stars continue their eternal dance across the heavens, observed by both human and centaur eyes, consider this: what wisdom might we gain by stepping outside our familiar perspectives? How might our understanding deepen if we learned to read not just the words on a page but the patterns written in the world around us, and to perceive time not as a straight line rushing forward, but as a great circle, returning and renewing with each revolution? Chapter 5. The defense against Dementors. A sudden chill permeates the air, frost crystallizing on window panes despite the season, and deep within your mind, happy memories begin to fade, like morning mist under a harsh sun. Few magical creatures inspire the primal dread that accompanies the approach of Dementors, those spectral guardians of Azkaban, whose very presence drains joy and hope from the world. Tonight, we shall explore the ancient and powerful magic that stands as humanity's shield against these most unnatural of beings. The development of defenses against Dementors traces back to the earliest recorded encounters between wizardkind and these shadowy entities. Long before they were bound to Azkaban as prison guards, Dementors roamed freely in certain desolate regions, particularly the mist-shrouded moors of northern Britain and the remote islands off Scotland's coast. Early accounts describe them as shadow feeders or joy thieves, terms that capture their fundamental nature as consumers of human happiness. If you could examine the oldest surviving wizarding texts from the early medieval period, you would find descriptions of entire villages abandoned after Dementor infestations, their inhabitants left as hollow shells bereft of memory and emotion. These grim accounts often conclude with observations that no spell seemed capable of repelling the creatures. Fire, typically effective against many dark beings, would extinguish in their presence, and standard stunning or impediment jinxes passed through their incorporeal forms without effect. The breakthrough in Dementor defense came not from combat-oriented research, but from the field of emotional magic, specifically from work related to memory charms and mood-affecting enchantments. Catullus Spangle, the renowned 12th century magical theoretician, first proposed what would become the foundational principle of the Patronus charm, that emotions themselves could be crystallized into magical energy of extraordinary potency. Spangle's insight emerged from his observation that certain emotional states appeared resistant to Dementor feeding. In his treatise, The Most Potente Emotional Magics, he wrote, "When one's joy is not merely passive pleasure, but active ecstasy, when happiness is not merely contentment, but transcendent bliss, there exists a species of emotion too powerful, too essential, for even the shadow feeders to consume in entirety." The development of the actual Patronus charm required decades of refinement after Spangle's theoretical work. Early attempts produced only momentary flashes of silvery light that provided fleeting protection. The wizard Elias made the crucial breakthrough in the early 13th century, successfully producing the first corporeal Patronus, a dazzling mouse that, despite its small size, drove away a Dementor attack on his village. If you were to witness the casting of a Patronus charm, you would first notice the distinctive incantation, Expecto Patronum. The Latin phrase translates approximately to "I await a guardian," or "I look for a protector," a verbal expression of the caster's faith that protection will appear. This verbalization serves as both focus and trigger for the complex emotional magic the spell requires. The wand movement, a tight spiral followed by a jabbing motion, channels and projects the caster's emotional energy outward. But these technical elements remain secondary to the spell's true power source: the caster's ability to access and maintain a genuinely happy memory even in the presence of creatures that feed on joy itself. The nature of these memories varies greatly between individuals. For some, the selected memory might involve professional achievement or academic success. For others, moments of profound connection with loved ones or experiences of transcendent natural beauty. What matters is not the specific content but the depth and purity of the positive emotion the memory evokes. Interestingly, the most effective memories often come from seemingly ordinary moments rather than dramatic life events. Harry Potter himself discovered that memories of his parents, while precious, carried too much attendant grief to power his Patronus effectively. Instead, he found greater success with memories of friendship and belonging, emotions that represented not just happiness but a profound sense of rightness in the world. The corporeal Patronus, a fully formed animal guardian, represents the most advanced expression of the charm. The specific animal form reveals something fundamental about the caster's personality and inner nature, similar to but distinct from an animagus transformation. While wizards cannot choose their Patronus form, the manifestation often brings self-insight, revealing aspects of character the caster themselves might not have consciously recognized. Some of the most common Patronus forms include deer, horses, dogs, and various birds, animals associated with loyalty, freedom, and protection across many cultures. Rarer forms include magical creatures like phoenixes or unicorns, typically manifested by wizards of exceptional magical talent or unusual personality traits. Perhaps the rarest of all is the human form Patronus, with only a handful documented throughout wizarding history. Physical characteristics of the Patronus itself merit detailed description. Though often described simply as silver or silvery white, close observation reveals a more complex visual phenomenon. The Patronus emits light that seems to both absorb and reflect the darkness around it, creating an impression of radiance that affects not just the eyes but the mind itself. Those standing near a fully formed Patronus report a sensation similar to drinking hot chocolate after a Dementor encounter, a sudden return of warmth and hope. The precise mechanism by which a Patronus repels Dementors remains subject to theoretical debate among magical scholars. The dominant explanation, advanced by Catullus Spangle and refined by subsequent researchers, suggests that the Patronus creates a kind of emotional proxy, a shadow self composed of pure positive energy upon which the Dementor feeds harmlessly, leaving the caster's actual emotions protected. Alternative theories propose that the Patronus does not act as a substitute food source, but rather represents a form of emotional magic, directly antithetical to the Dementor's nature: light against darkness, creation against consumption. Proponents of this view cite the observation that Dementors appear not just blocked, but actively repelled by a powerful Patronus, suggesting an inherent incompatibility beyond mere distraction. The effectiveness of a Patronus correlates directly with the caster's emotional state and magical strength. A wizard casting while already under the influence of a Dementor's aura will struggle significantly more than one casting from a position of emotional security. Similarly, physical exhaustion, illness, or psychological distress can impair the charm's potency, making consistent practice in favorable conditions essential for reliable performance during actual emergencies. Beyond their primary function as Dementor repellents, Patronuses serve several secondary magical purposes. Their use as messengers, carrying spoken communications between Order of the Phoenix members during the Second Wizarding War, represents a significant innovation attributed to Albus Dumbledore. This application leverages the Patronus's connection to its caster's identity, ensuring both the authenticity and privacy of the message. The teaching of the Patronus charm presents unique challenges within magical education. Unlike most spells, where technical precision primarily determines success, the Patronus depends on emotional capacity and psychological resilience, qualities difficult to instruct through conventional methods. Harry Potter's success teaching the charm to Dumbledore's army demonstrated the value of peer instruction and supportive learning environments over traditional hierarchical teaching. The charm's extraordinary difficulty explains its absence from standard Hogwarts curriculum before the third year. Most young students lack the emotional maturity and magical focus required. Even among adult wizards, many never master the corporeal form, instead producing only the basic shield version that provides limited but still valuable protection. Historical records reveal fascinating patterns in Patronus manifestation across different cultures and eras. Mediterranean wizarding communities tend toward aquatic Patronus forms like dolphins and seahorses, while Nordic traditions show a predominance of bears, wolves, and other hardy northern creatures. Some magical historians suggest environmental influences on these patterns, while others propose cultural archetypes shape the subconscious expectations of casters. The relationship between personality and Patronus form has inspired extensive scholarship, with Hector Dagworth Granger's Concordance of Character and Guardian Spirits representing the most comprehensive analysis. His research identified certain consistent correlations, fox Patronuses appearing frequently among strategically minded wizards, bird forms among the intellectually oriented, and larger land mammals among protective personality types. Notably, a Patronus can change form, following profound emotional upheaval or personal transformation. The most well-documented cases involve romantic love. Nymphadora Tonks's Patronus famously transformed to match Remus Lupin's wolf form after she fell in love with him. Other triggers include significant trauma, major life transitions, or fundamental shifts in self-perception. Beyond the Patronus charm, wizards have developed several secondary defenses against Dementors, though none approach its effectiveness. The Dementor Repelling Potion, developed in the 18th century by Glover Hipworth, provides temporary resistance to their emotional effects, but offers no protection against their physical threat or their most dreaded ability, the Dementor's Kiss. Certain magical substances demonstrate limited efficacy against Dementors. Chocolate, as famously prescribed by Remus Lupin, helps counteract the lingering effects of exposure, accelerating emotional recovery. Its effectiveness stems from chemical properties that stimulate similar neurological pathways as those affected by Dementor feeding, essentially jump-starting the emotional system after attack. Physical environments can also influence Dementor behavior. They demonstrate aversion to environments of extreme positive emotion, explaining why locations like Honeyduke's Sweet Shop rarely experience Dementor activity even during the height of their free movement under Voldemort's regime. Conversely, they are drawn to places marked by past suffering or despair, which may explain their concentration in certain locations like abandoned battlefields and sites of tragic history. The Ministry of Magic's historical approach to Dementor defense evolved considerably over centuries. Before their containment at Azkaban in the 15th century, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures maintained specialized response teams equipped with enchanted silver shields that provided temporary protection, not repelling Dementors, but creating brief windows for civilian evacuation. The ethical dimensions of Dementor defense warrant consideration. Unlike offensive magic against sentient beings, which raises moral questions about appropriate force, defensive measures against Dementors face no such ethical constraints. Even the most stringent magical ethicists recognize Dementors as representing a form of unconstrained predation that justifies unlimited defensive response. More controversial is the ethics of preventative measures. Following the Second Wizarding War, some magical theorists proposed research into methods of permanently eliminating Dementors rather than merely repelling them. These discussions raise profound questions about whether Dementors, despite their apparently non-sentient nature, possess a right to existence as magical creatures within the ecological balance of the wizarding world. The psychological aftermath of Dementor encounters presents another aspect of defense, often overlooked in technical discussions. Survivors frequently experience lingering symptoms resembling what Muggles call post-traumatic stress, flashbacks, emotional numbness, and heightened anxiety. Mungo's hospital maintains a specialized ward for those suffering severe cases, employing therapeutic magic, focusing on memory modification and emotional regulation. For ordinary wizards unlikely to master the Patronus charm, practical defense relies primarily on avoidance and early detection. Simple detection spells like Revelio Umbra Mortis can identify Dementor presence at a distance, providing crucial warning before their emotional effects become debilitating. Group defense strategies emphasize supporting the strongest Patronus casters, while weaker members focus on evacuation and recovery support. Modern research into Dementor defense continues at institutions like the Department of Mysteries and private magical research foundations. Recent advances include the development of enchanted objects that provide temporary protection without requiring the emotional focus of a Patronus, though these devices offer significantly weaker shields and require regular magical recharging. Perhaps most hopeful are educational innovations. Following Harry Potter's extraordinary success, teaching the Patronus charm to teenagers, contemporary defense against the dark arts curricula increasingly incorporate emotional preparation alongside technical instruction. Students learn not just the mechanics of the charm but meditation techniques and emotional discipline that strengthen their ability to access positive memories under stress. The ultimate symbol of hope in Dementor defense remains the Patronus itself, that luminous guardian drawn from the caster's own capacity for joy and love. In its silver light, we glimpse a profound magical truth, that despite the darkness that may surround us, our capacity for happiness represents power of the most fundamental and undefeatable kind. As night deepens and shadows gather in the corners of your mind, remember this: even in the presence of creatures that feed on happiness itself, the light within us can be channeled into guardians of remarkable power. What memory would form your shield against despair? What moment of joy burns bright enough in your heart to illuminate even the darkest corners of human experience? Chapter 6. The Egyptian Hall of Ancient Magic. Golden light filters through alabaster windows, casting hieroglyphic shadows across stone floors that have endured for millennia. The air hangs heavy with the scent of natron, lotus, and ancient papyrus, preserved through magical means since the time of pharaohs. In the hidden magical quarter of Cairo, far from the eyes of Mughal tourists and archaeologists, stands one of the wizarding world's most remarkable and least-known treasures, the Egyptian Hall of Ancient Magic. Tonight, we shall journey through its enchanted chambers and corridors, exploring the oldest continuous magical tradition on Earth. Unlike European magical institutions like Hogwarts, which stand apart from Muggle society, the Egyptian Hall exists in plain sight, though concealed through layers of enchantment so sophisticated they have remained unbroken for over 4,000 years. To Muggle eyes, the building appears as merely another sand-colored structure on a narrow street, its facade deliberately nondescript. Magical visitors, however, see the true building, a magnificent temple complex reminiscent of Karnak or Abu Simbel, its massive columns inscribed with magical hieroglyphs that shimmer with golden light as they slowly rotate, constantly recalibrating the building's protective enchantments. The founding of the Egyptian Hall of Ancient Magic predates the International Statute of Secrecy by several millennia. During Egypt's Old Kingdom period, approximately 2700 BCE, magical practitioners held honored positions in pharaonic courts, often serving as high priests or royal advisors. Their knowledge was not hidden but celebrated, incorporated into the culture's religious practices and architectural achievements. The distinction between magic and religion remained blurred, with spells often taking the form of prayers or invocations to deities, who themselves represented magical forces. If you could step through the hall's main entrance, Passing beneath the watchful gaze of Sphinx statues, whose eyes track visitors with unsettling intelligence, you would find yourself in the Chamber of Beginnings, a vast circular room, whose ceiling portrays the Egyptian night sky not as it appears today, but as it was at the moment of the hall's founding nearly 5 millennia ago. The star mapping enchantment represents one of the oldest continuously functioning spells known to wizard kind, requiring only minor adjustments every century to maintain its accuracy. The hall's internal structure defies mundane architectural limitations. Similar to the ever-shifting staircases of Hogwarts, the Egyptian hall's chambers rearrange themselves according to ancient magical algorithms, though with greater purpose and less whimsy than their Scottish counterpart. The building's layout follows the path of the sun god Ras on his daily journey. Rooms dedicated to morning magic face eastward, shifting throughout the day until evening-aligned chambers face the western desert as the sun sets. This geographic alignment reflects a fundamental principle of ancient Egyptian magic, that timing and orientation influence magical potency. Unlike European traditions that emphasize wand movements and incantations, Egyptian magic places greater importance on when and where a spell is cast. The most powerful workings are performed at specific hours, during particular astronomical alignments, while facing certain cardinal directions. This approach to magic remains central to the hall's educational philosophy. The hall serves multiple functions within Egyptian wizarding society. Primarily, it houses the oldest magical library in the world, with texts dating back to pre-dynastic times. The Library of Thoth, named for the ibis-headed god of wisdom and writing, contains papyrus scrolls and stone tablets bearing spells unknown outside Egypt. Most remarkable are the animated instructional hieroglyphs that demonstrate proper magical technique, tiny painted figures that move through complex ritualized gestures, showing rather than telling how ancient spells should be performed. Unlike the strictly organized archives of European magical libraries, the Library of Thoth deliberately incorporates chaos into its organizational system. Texts shift locations according to who seeks them and why, appearing readily for those with pure scholarly intent, but hiding themselves from those with dangerous or selfish purposes. This semi-sentient arrangement, while frustrating to foreign researchers, embodies the Egyptian magical principle that knowledge itself possesses agency and should choose its recipients. Beyond its role as library, the hall functions as Egypt's premier magical research institution. The Chamber of Transformations hosts ongoing experiments in transmutation magic that have continued uninterrupted since the reign of Ramses II, with each generation of magical scholars building upon the work of their predecessors. The chamber's central feature, a massive granite basin filled with a continuously swirling golden liquid, has been used to develop some of the most significant advancements in transfiguration theory, including principles later adapted by Nicholas Flamel for his work on the Philosopher's Stone. If you were permitted to explore the lower levels of the hall, descending sandstone staircases worn smooth by countless footsteps over millennia, you would encounter the Vault of Enchanted Objects, a repository of magical artifacts spanning Egypt's entire history. Here, displayed on basalt pedestals or sealed within protective crystal cases, are items of immense magical significance: ceremonial wands carved from Nile acacia and capped with electrum, amulets that grant the wearer temporary animal abilities, funerary masks enchanted to preserve memories of the deceased, and countless tools whose specific magical purposes have been forgotten, even by the hall's most knowledgeable scholars. Perhaps most fascinating among these artifacts are the Ushabti figures, small statuettes originally created to serve the deceased in the afterlife, but which Egyptian wizards enchanted for more immediate practical purposes. These miniature servants, crafted from faience, wood or stone, can perform simple tasks when activated with the proper hieroglyphic command. Though limited compared to modern charms, these animated helpers represent one of the earliest attempts at creating semi-autonomous magical objects. The hall's upper levels house the modern educational facilities, where young Egyptian witches and wizards study magical traditions that blend ancient techniques with contemporary practices. Unlike European magical education, which typically begins at age 11, Egyptian magical training starts earlier, usually around age 7, with an emphasis on meditation, hieroglyphic literacy, and cultivating magical awareness before any actual spellcasting is attempted. Students learn to sense magical currents and alignments, developing an intuitive understanding of how magic flows through the physical world. The curriculum at the Egyptian Hall differs significantly from Hogwarts and other European institutions. While subjects like transfiguration and charms exist, they are approached through distinctly Egyptian methodologies. Students learn wandless magic first, using only gesture and intent, before later incorporating wands or staffs as focusing tools rather than essential implements. This approach reflects the Egyptian belief that true magical ability resides within the practitioner, not their tools. Particularly distinctive is the hall's emphasis on protective magic. The ancient Egyptians developed sophisticated magical defenses for tombs and treasures that remain effective thousands of years later, some still actively guarding burial chambers against tomb raiders, both Muggle and magical. Students spend years studying these protection systems, learning to create enchantments that respond intelligently to intrusion and that strengthen rather than deteriorate over time. For British wizards, the Egyptian Hall gained particular prominence during the curse-breaking expeditions of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Gringotts Bank, recognizing the value of Egyptian magical artifacts, funded archaeological ventures into magically protected tombs and temples. These expeditions required unprecedented cooperation between British and Egyptian magical authorities, leading to the establishment of the Cairo branch of Gringotts and a permanent British magical presence in Egypt. Bill Weasley's work as a curse breaker for Gringotts represents a continuation of this tradition. The challenge of Egyptian curse breaking lies not merely in disarming protective spells, but in fully understanding their complex interrelationships. Remove one component improperly, and the entire protective system might collapse catastrophically, or worse, trigger escalating defensive measures. The most skilled curse breakers, like Bill, study at the Egyptian Hall itself, learning directly from the descendants of those who created the original protections. The Hall's relationship with the wider international magical community has evolved over centuries. During ancient times, Egypt served as a center of magical learning, attracting scholars from Greece, Mesopotamia, and as far away as China. The conquest of Egypt by various empires, Persian, Greek, Roman, Arab, each brought different magical traditions into contact with Egyptian practices, creating syncretic forms that enriched the Hall's knowledge base. The modern Hall maintains extensive diplomatic connections with magical institutions worldwide, while proudly preserving Egypt's unique magical heritage. The Hall's leadership recognizes the value of magical cooperation across cultures. Annual symposia bring representatives from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Ilvermorny, and other schools to Cairo, fostering international magical research collaborations and educational exchanges. The physical environment of the Hall creates a multi-sensory magical experience. The building's stone has been enchanted to maintain a constant, comfortable temperature regardless of the desert extremes outside. Subtle magical illumination adjusts automatically to optimal levels for reading or spellcasting. Perhaps most distinctive is the Hall's soundscape, a barely perceptible background music created by the building itself, as air passes through magically tuned architectural elements, producing harmonies that promote concentration and magical focus. Among the Hall's most closely guarded secrets are the Chambers of Life and Death, twin spaces dedicated to the most profound magical mysteries. The Chamber of Life houses Egypt's accumulated knowledge of healing magic, including treatments for conditions considered incurable by Western magical medicine. Here, healers study the magical properties of Nile flora and desert minerals, developing remedies that integrate physical components with ritualistic magic performed at specific astronomical alignments. Its counterpart, the Chamber of Death, contains the Hall's most restricted knowledge, texts examining the boundary between life and death. Egyptian magical understanding of this threshold differs fundamentally from European concepts. Where Western traditions typically view death as an absolute state, Egyptian magic recognizes gradations and transitions. This perspective informed the creation of mummies, horcruxes, and other magical practices designed to preserve consciousness beyond bodily death, though the Hall's modern leadership strictly prohibits practical application of these techniques, maintaining the knowledge purely for theoretical study. The Hall's continued existence represents a triumph of magical preservation. Throughout the upheavals of Egyptian history, foreign conquests, religious changes, political revolutions, the magical community maintained its traditions and protected its greatest institution. When Christianity and later Islam became Egypt's predominant religions, magical practitioners adroitly adapted their outward expressions while preserving their essential practices, often by reframing ancient magical concepts in terminology acceptable to the new religious authorities. During the height of European colonialism in the 19th century, the Hall faced perhaps its greatest challenge as British and French magical authorities attempted to assert control over Egyptian magical resources and knowledge. This period saw the removal of numerous magical artifacts to European collections, a source of ongoing diplomatic tension between magical governments. The Hall's leadership responded by enhancing its already formidable protective enchantments and concealing its most valuable texts and artifacts in magically hidden chambers that remain unplottable even today. For visitors fortunate enough to receive permission to enter the Egyptian Hall of Ancient Magic, European witches and wizards often report a profound shift in their understanding of magic itself, moving from conceptualizing magic as something wielded to recognizing it as something participated in. This subtle but fundamental difference in perspective characterizes the Egyptian magical worldview, that magic is not merely a tool but an intelligent force with which the skilled practitioner enters into relationship. As evening approaches and the hall's western chambers glow with the light of the setting sun, illuminating hieroglyphs that have guided magical practice for thousands of years, we recognize that the true magic of this ancient institution lies not merely in its preserved knowledge, but in its living tradition, a continuous, unbroken line of magical understanding that stretches back to civilization's earliest days. In a world where magical practices and theories evolve rapidly, where new spells replace old and ancient wisdom is often dismissed as primitive, the Egyptian Hall of Ancient Magic stands as testament to the enduring value of magical heritage. Its continued existence reminds us that what appears new in magic often has ancient roots, and that the most profound magical insights may not lie in innovation, but in rediscovery. As the stars emerge above Cairo, twinkling through the enchanted ceiling of the Chamber of Beginnings, just as they did 5,000 years ago, when the first stones of the hall were laid, what ancient wisdom might you discover if you allowed yourself to view magic not as something to master, but as something to commune with? What forgotten spells might speak to you from hieroglyphs whose true meaning has waited millennia for the right interpreter? Chapter 7. The Broadcasting of Potterwatch. Through darkened windows and hushed rooms across Britain, wizards and witches gather in anxious silence, wands touching wireless sets as they whisper passwords, hoping to catch rare broadcasts of truth in a time of orchestrated lies. In the darkest days of the Second Wizarding War, when the Ministry had fallen and the Daily Prophet spoke only Voldemort's propaganda, a clandestine radio program became the flickering light of resistance. Tonight, we explore the remarkable story of Potterwatch, the underground broadcast that sustained hope when hope seemed lost. The conception of Potterwatch came in the chaotic aftermath of the Ministry's fall in August 1997. As the new regime quickly seized control of official information channels, members of the Order of the Phoenix recognized the critical need for an alternative communication system, one that could disseminate accurate information, counter propaganda, and maintain connections between scattered resistance members. The initial planning took place in the cramped back room of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, during the store's final days before Fred and George Weasley were forced to close their shop and go into hiding. If you had been present for that first meeting, you would have found a solemn gathering unlike the twins' usual jovial atmosphere. Lee Jordan, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Remus Lupin, and the Weasley twins huddled around a battered wireless set, speaking in hushed tones, despite the privacy charms surrounding them. Lee Jordan emerged as the natural choice for primary broadcaster, given his experience as Quidditch commentator at Hogwarts. His familiar voice would later become known to listeners as River, the first of many codenames adopted by the broadcast team to protect their identities. The initial technical challenges proved daunting. Creating a mobile, untraceable broadcast system required magical innovation beyond standard wizarding wireless technology. The solution came from an unexpected quarter, the enchanted coins that Hermione Granger had created for Dumbledore's army during their 5th year at Hogwarts. Fred Weasley proposed adapting the protean charm for audio transmission rather than text. By modifying the spell to accommodate sound and extending its range, the team created a network of linked broadcasting crystals that could transmit from constantly changing locations. If you could examine one of the original Potterwatch transmission devices, you would find an unassuming object, a simple quartz crystal embedded in a brass housing no larger than a snitch. These compact units could be quickly activated, broadcast for the duration of a program, and then deactivated and transported to a new location before Ministry detection teams could trace the magical signature. The first broadcast occurred on September 2nd, 1997. A brief, 10-minute transmission reached perhaps 30 listeners. The audio quality was poor, with Lee's voice often obscured by magical static, but the message came through. The resistance lived on. Harry Potter remained free, and listeners were not alone in their opposition to Voldemort's regime. Establishing security protocols became an immediate priority. The team implemented a password system. Each broadcast would announce the password required for the next transmission, meaning only regular listeners could access the program. These passwords typically honored fallen resistance members or symbols of opposition: Albus, Phoenix, Mad-Eye, Fox. Additionally, broadcast times varied unpredictably, preventing Ministry forces from anticipating transmission schedules. The format of Potterwatch evolved over its 9-month run. Early broadcasts consisted primarily of news reports, correcting Daily Prophet lies, announcing the names of the missing or murdered, information suppressed by the regime, and providing verified sightings of known Death Eaters. As the program developed, segments expanded to include safety instructions, reports from international sources, and interviews with resistance members. If you had tuned in to a typical broadcast in the winter of 1997, you would first hear a brief musical introduction. 3 ascending notes followed by what listeners came to recognize as the program's unofficial theme, a hauntingly simple melody played on a phoenix feather flute crafted by Xenophilius Lovegood, specifically for the broadcast. This distinctive sound signature helped listeners confirm they had found the correct frequency. After the musical introduction came Lee's voice. Good evening, listeners. This is River, welcoming you to Potterwatch, the only wireless program that tells you the truth about what's happening in our world during these dark times. The greeting became ritual, a reassuring constant in uncertain days, often followed by a moment of silence for those lost since the previous broadcast. The technical aspects of producing Potterwatch required considerable ingenuity. Without access to standard broadcasting facilities, the team relied on portable equipment enchanted for clarity and range. Remus Lupin's expertise with defensive magic proved essential in developing anti-detection charms that masked the magical signature of broadcasts. These spells needed constant modification as Ministry detection methods evolved, creating an ongoing magical arms race between broadcaster and pursuers. The core broadcasting team expanded gradually. Kingsley Shacklebolt joined as Royal, providing insider information from his connections within both magical and Muggle government circles. His deep, calming voice became particularly associated with the Wizarding Wireless Security Update segment that closed many broadcasts. Remus Lupin, as Romulus, offered commentary on how various magical creatures were faring under the regime, with particular focus on werewolf communities being recruited by Fenrir Greyback. Fred Weasley, broadcasting as Rapier, brought moments of desperately needed levity to the program. His segment, Prank Watch, encouraged small acts of magical resistance and shared stories of successful defiance from around the country. George occasionally joined these segments, though he primarily managed the technical aspects of transmission alongside Arthur Weasley, whose ministry knowledge helped anticipate detection methods. Broadcasting locations changed constantly. A partial list of transmission sites includes the storage cellar of the Leaky Cauldron, an abandoned Muggle lighthouse off the Norfolk coast, the uppermost room of the Shrieking Shack, the back office of Ollivanders after the Wandmaker's abduction, and even, on one particularly daring occasion, an unused maintenance corridor deep within the ministry itself. If you could have observed a broadcast in progress, you would notice the meticulous preparations. Protective enchantments established in layers, equipment checked and double-checked, lookouts positioned with communication charms to provide warning of approaching danger. Programs were partially scripted but never written down. All participants memorized their material to leave no evidence. The entire setup could be dismantled in under 30 seconds if threatened. The content of Potterwatch balanced truth with hope, a challenging equilibrium in increasingly dire circumstances. While the broadcasters never downplayed the regime's atrocities or offered false optimism about imminent victory, they deliberately highlighted stories of resistance, escape, and mutual aid. This approach reflected Lupin's influence. He insisted that listeners needed courage even more than information. Perhaps most controversial was the program's consistent support of the boy who lived, despite the ministry's intense propaganda campaign against him. While careful never to reveal information about Harry Potter's activities or location, Potterwatch regularly reaffirmed confidence in him, countering the regime's narrative of Potter as coward or conspirator. The recurring segment Potterwatch, which gave the program its name, debunked rumors and reminded listeners why Harry represented hope for the wizarding world. The program's audience grew steadily, despite the challenges of accessing it. At its peak in spring 1998, an estimated 2,000 listeners tuned in regularly, a significant portion of the wizarding population remaining in Britain. Testimonials collected after the war reveal how crucial these broadcasts became to isolated witches and wizards. Many described gathering family members in silent living rooms, wands touching wireless sets, breath held during moments of static, expressions of visible relief when familiar voices emerged from the speakers. Distribution of passwords became an elaborate underground network unto itself. Those who knew the next password would share it through coded conversations, enchanted messages, or predetermined signals. The Hogwarts resistance under Neville Longbottom developed a particularly effective system, using charmed bookmarks in library volumes, seemingly random underlined letters that, when combined, revealed the next password. The risks faced by the broadcasting team cannot be overstated. Discovery meant certain death, or worse. In January 1998, a transmission was abruptly terminated when Death Eaters narrowly missed capturing the team in a safe house outside Cardiff. Lee Jordan suffered a significant curse injury during the escape, forcing Potterwatch off the air for 3 tense weeks, while he recovered in a secret location under the care of former St. Mungo's healers working with the resistance. As the regime intensified its efforts to locate and silence Potterwatch, the team implemented increasingly sophisticated magical countermeasures. Bill Weasley contributed Egyptian concealment charms, adapted from his curse-breaking experience. Flitwick, operating through intermediaries, provided advanced modifications to the protean charm that allowed the broadcast to bounce between multiple crystals, making tracing nearly impossible. Aberforth Dumbledore offered the Hog's Head Inn as an emergency fallback location, with escape routes prepared if needed. The psychological impact of the broadcasts extended beyond information sharing. In creating a shared listening experience, Potterwatch maintained community when physical gathering became impossible. Listeners knew that throughout the country, others were hearing the same words at the same moment, a powerful reminder that resistance, though scattered, remained unified in purpose. The program's tone carefully balanced gravity with necessary moments of humor. Fred and George insisted from the beginning that laughter remained an essential act of defiance. Their segment ridiculing Death Eaters and the regime, particularly the recurring Voldemort's fashion watch that mockingly discussed the latest trends in evil overlord attire, provided psychological relief to listeners while undermining the atmosphere of terror the regime sought to maintain. Not all resistance members initially supported the broadcast initiative. Some argued that the risks outweighed potential benefits, that resources could be better allocated to direct action. Minerva McGonagall reportedly expressed concern that young listeners might be inspired to dangerous acts of open defiance. These internal debates reflected the broader strategic questions facing the resistance movement throughout the war. Beyond news and encouragement, Potterwatch provided practical survival information. Broadcasts included updates on which areas were under heavy Death Eater patrol, which ministry officials had been compromised, and which public spaces remained relatively safe. The Constant Vigilance segment, named in honor of Alastair Moody, offered specific defensive techniques against common Death Eater tactics. The Easter broadcast of 1998 marked a particular milestone, with confirmed reports that Harry Potter had escaped capture at Malfoy Manor. Listener numbers surged. This transmission, longer than most at nearly 40 minutes, included the first public interview with a member of the Order of the Phoenix, who spoke openly about post-war reconstruction plans. This forward-looking discussion represented a crucial shift in resistance psychology, from mere survival to active preparation for eventual victory. The final regular Potterwatch broadcast occurred on May 1, 1998, unknowingly the eve of the Battle of Hogwarts. In what would become a historically significant audio document, listeners heard Kingsley Shacklebolt speaking with unusual directness. The moment approaches when each of us must decide where we stand. Prepare yourselves, maintain vigilance, and remember that in the darkest night, light persists. Within 24 hours, many listeners would answer the call to defend Hogwarts in the final confrontation with Voldemort's forces. An impromptu special broadcast occurred during the brief ceasefire amid the Battle of Hogwarts, with Lee Jordan reporting from the Room of Requirement using a hastily assembled transmitter. This 15-minute transmission, preserved in the post-war Wizarding archives, captured the raw determination and grief of that momentous night, including the first public announcement of Fred Weasley's death in battle. The victorious conclusion, broadcast on May 3, 1998, represented Potterwatch's final transmission. With the Wizarding wireless network liberated and regular broadcasting resumed, Lee Jordan, Kingsley Shacklebolt, by then appointed interim minister for magic, and George Weasley gathered one last time around the broadcasting crystal. Their voices, hoarse from battle and emotion, announced Voldemort's defeat and led listeners in a moment of silence for the fallen before signing off with the program's signature closing. Keep each other safe. Keep faith. Good night. In the post-war years, Potterwatch achieved legendary status in Wizarding culture. The original broadcasting crystals were preserved in the Museum of Magical Resistance established at Grimmauld Place. Annual ceremonies on May 2nd often include replays of selected broadcasts, connecting younger generations with the courage of those who refused silence in the face of tyranny. The program's legacy extends beyond historical significance. It fundamentally transformed Wizarding media, establishing precedent for independent broadcasting separate from ministry oversight. For those who lived through those dark months, the familiar voices of Potterwatch represented more than information. They embodied the persistent human capacity for courage, connection, and hope when all external circumstances suggest despair. In bedrooms and hiding places throughout Britain, the simple act of pressing one's wand to a wireless set and whispering a password became a profound act of resistance, a declaration that truth, though suppressed, would continue to find voice. As we conclude our exploration of this remarkable chapter in Wizarding history, consider the power contained in voices traveling through darkness, connecting strangers in common cause. What invisible networks sustain us during our own challenging times, and what courage might be required of us to speak truth when silence offers greater safety. Chapter 8. The Creation of the Hogwarts Express. Steam billows in great white clouds against a pristine blue sky. The gleaming scarlet engine, a vibrant contrast to the pastoral greens of the Scottish countryside rolling past its windows. Few images evoke such immediate nostalgia and wonder in the wizarding world as the Hogwarts Express, that magnificent train that has carried generations of young witches and wizards toward their magical education. Tonight, we shall travel back through time to discover the remarkable story behind this beloved transportation marvel, how a Muggle invention became an iconic symbol of the wizarding world's journey toward modernity. The story begins in the mid-19th century, during a period of significant transition in wizarding society. For centuries, young witches and wizards had traveled to Hogwarts through a haphazard array of transportation methods. Some arrived via enchanted carriages, or on broomsticks, others by side-along apparition with parents or guardians, and some even by enchanted boats if they lived near suitable waterways. This system, while manageable when wizarding families were few and largely rural, became increasingly problematic as the magical population grew and dispersed throughout Britain. If you had witnessed the scene at Hogwarts on the first day of term in 1825, you would have observed a chaotic blend of arrivals stretching from dawn until well after dusk. Students appeared at irregular intervals, often exhausted from long journeys, with some arriving days early and others significantly late. This unpredictability complicated the start-of-term feast, sorting ceremony, and initial lessons, creating logistical nightmares for Hogwarts staff. Beyond these practical concerns loomed a far more serious issue: security. As Muggle population and infrastructure expanded throughout Britain, the risk of exposure during these varied journeys increased dramatically. Reports of Muggle encounters with flying carriages or suddenly appearing children grew alarmingly frequent, requiring extensive work from the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad and Obliviators. The Ministry of Magic recognized that a standardized, controlled method of transportation had become a necessity rather than a convenience. The first serious proposal for a unified transport system came from Minister for Magic Evangeline Orpington in 1849. Unlike many of her contemporaries who viewed Muggle technology with disdain, Orpington held progressive views about adapting useful non-magical innovations. During her tenure, she had already established a ministry department specifically tasked with monitoring Muggle inventions that might serve wizarding purposes. The rapid expansion of Britain's railway system had caught this department's attention as a potential solution to the Hogwarts transportation dilemma. Orpington's proposal faced significant opposition within the Wizengamot. Traditional pure-blood families considered the use of Muggle technology beneath their dignity. Faunus Gamp, representing the conservative faction, infamously declared he would rather see my grandchildren arrive by troll-drawn cart than submit them to this Muggle contraption. Others raised practical concerns about security, wondering how a large steam engine could possibly operate within the International Statute of Secrecy. The turning point in the debate came from an unexpected advocate, Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black. Though hardly known for progressive views, Black had grown increasingly frustrated with the administrative challenges of the existing system. In a scathing address to the Wizengamot in early 1850, he detailed the educational disruption caused by students arriving at different times and in various states of exhaustion. If we must adopt Muggle methods to maintain educational standards, he concluded pragmatically, then so be it. The noble ends justify the mundane means. With Black's influential support, the Hogwarts Express proposal passed by a narrow margin in the summer of 1850. The ministry immediately established the Hogwarts Railway Committee under the leadership of Adeline Gamble, a brilliant magical engineer with particular expertise in adapting Muggle objects for wizarding use. This committee's first challenge was acquiring a suitable locomotive without arousing Muggle suspicion. The operation to obtain the train required elaborate planning and coordination. Using carefully controlled confundus charms, ministry representatives approached the Great Western Railway Company, ostensibly representing a small private railway in Scotland. They negotiated the purchase of their newest locomotive model, a cutting-edge steam engine that had only recently begun passenger service. The transaction required impressive magical record alteration to explain the locomotive's disappearance from Muggle inventory, while providing the Ministry with proper documentation of ownership. If you could have observed the night of July 31st, 1850, you would have witnessed one of the largest single-coordinated acts of magic performed in 19th century Britain. A team of 27 witches and wizards, positioned strategically around the GWR rail yard in Swindon, simultaneously cast disillusionment charms over the massive locomotive and its coal tender. As the engine seemingly vanished from its maintenance bay, a specialized team guided the invisible machine along existing tracks until reaching a predetermined remote location where the real work could begin. The transformation of an ordinary steam locomotive into the Hogwarts Express took nearly 14 months of intensive magical engineering. The most fundamental modification addressed the engine's power source. While the original design required regular coal shoveling and water replenishment, this would be impractical for a journey of such length without magical intervention. Gamble's team developed an ingenious hybrid system where traditional coal would be augmented by a self-sustaining enchantment, drawing magical energy from the surrounding environment. The distinctive scarlet color, now so iconic, was surprisingly controversial. Initial proposals suggested more subdued colors that would better blend with the landscape during travel. However, Headmaster Black insisted on a shade that would inspire appropriate awe and respect in students beginning their Hogwarts journey. The specific crimson hue was created using a combination of magical and non-magical pigments, with protective charms ensuring it would never fade regardless of weather conditions. Perhaps the most complex enchantment involved the passenger carriages. These needed to be spacious enough to accommodate all students comfortably, while maintaining a reasonable train length. The solution came through a modified application of extension charms, not as dramatic as those used in wizarding tents or trunks, but subtle enough to provide each compartment with approximately 20% more interior space than its exterior dimensions would suggest. This moderate enchantment avoided the disorienting effects sometimes experienced with more extreme spatial modifications. The windows required particularly sophisticated magic. To reduce Muggle sightings during the journey, the exterior glass was enchanted with a variant of the bedazzling hex that caused the train to visually blend with its surroundings when viewed from outside, while maintaining clear visibility for passengers looking out. This enchantment required careful calibration to avoid making the train completely invisible, which would create its own problems as Muggles observed floating children apparently seated in midair. If you could examine the driver's compartment of the original Hogwarts Express, you would find a fascinating blend of Muggle engineering and magical innovation. The standard controls remained operational, but supplementary enchanted instruments monitored aspects unique to magical transport. A secrecy sensor detected nearby Muggles who might observe the train, automatically intensifying the concealment charms when necessary. A specialized compass indicated not just direction but proximity to significant magical locations, helping the driver navigate the complex route between London and Hogsmeade. The question of who would actually operate the train presented another challenge. The committee initially proposed having ministry employees serve as engineers, but this was deemed impractical for a service operating only a few days each year. The solution came in the form of volunteer wizards from the Department of Magical Transportation, who had developed interest in Muggle steam technology. These enthusiasts underwent training with obliviated Muggle engineers who believed they were instructing staff for a private Scottish railway line. Concurrently with the train's development, the ministry addressed the equally complex matter of establishing suitable departure and arrival points. For the London terminus, King's Cross Station was selected for its relative privacy compared to other major stations and its convenient location. Creating Platform 9 3/4 involved sophisticated spatial manipulation magic, essentially folding a pocket of wizarding space into the existing Muggle structure without disrupting its architectural integrity. At the journey's northern end, The village of Hogsmeade required significant development to accommodate the new railway line. Though the oldest all-wizarding settlement in Britain, Hogsmeade had remained relatively small and rustic. The introduction of the railway necessitated the construction of a proper station, employee facilities, and maintenance buildings. Some elder residents initially objected to this modernization, but most came to appreciate the economic benefits that increased connectivity brought to local businesses. The inaugural journey of the Hogwarts Express occurred on September 1, 1851, departing from platform 9 3/4 precisely at 11 a.m. Minister Orpington herself attended the departure ceremony, along with Headmaster Black and the primary members of the Hogwarts Railway Committee. In her brief speech, preserved in ministry records, Orpington noted that the train represented not merely a solution to practical difficulties, but a symbol of wizardkind's ability to adapt and thrive alongside the Muggle world, while maintaining our essential traditions and independence. That first journey proceeded remarkably smoothly given the complexity of the enterprise. The train carried 167 students, approximately 2/3 of the total Hogwarts enrollment, as some families maintained their preference for traditional transport methods. Contemporary accounts described the journey as a festive occasion, with excited students exploring the carriages, sharing treats purchased from a refreshment trolley, an innovation borrowed directly from Muggle railways, and watching the changing landscape through the enchanted windows. If you had been aboard that historic first journey, you would have noticed several features different from the modern experience. The seating arrangements were initially organized by year level, rather than allowing free selection of compartments. Prefects patrolled regularly, maintaining decorum according to rather strict Victorian behavioral standards. Most notably, the journey included 2 scheduled stops at wizarding waypoints to allow for refreshment and exercise, a practice later abandoned as unnecessary, given the comfortable conditions aboard. Over subsequent decades, the Hogwarts Express underwent various modifications and enhancements. In 1890, the original locomotive was replaced with a more powerful model capable of higher speeds, reducing the journey time by nearly 2 hours. The refreshment trolley, initially offering only basic fare, expanded its selection to include distinctively wizarding treats like chocolate frogs and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans when these products gained popularity in the early 20th century. The protective enchantments surrounding the train saw significant upgrades during periods of wizarding conflict. During Grindelwald's rise in the 1930s and 40s, the Ministry added defensive wards capable of repelling most magical attacks. Similar security enhancements occurred during both wizarding wars against Voldemort, when Aurors frequently patrolled the corridors and additional protective spells shielded the passengers from potential harm. By the late 20th century, the Hogwarts Express had become not merely a practical transportation solution, but a beloved cultural institution. For young witches and wizards, the journey aboard the Scarlet Train represented the transition between mundane home life and the magical world of Hogwarts. Many significant friendships, including the momentous first meeting between Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Hermione Granger, formed in its compartments, shaping the future of wizarding society. The train itself became something of a character in wizarding consciousness, dependable, majestic, and occasionally mysterious. Stories circulated among students about ghost passengers seen in empty compartments that couldn't be located on the return journey, and windows that sometimes showed landscapes from different seasons or even different countries. While most such tales represent typical schoolyard imagination, the concentrated magic of generations of young witches and wizards traveling together has undoubtedly imbued the Hogwarts Express with a certain enchanted personality beyond its original design. The mechanical maintenance of the Hogwarts Express combines traditional engineering with magical upkeep. During term time, the train resides in a specially constructed shed near Hogsmeade Station, protected by numerous concealment and preservation charms. A dedicated team of magical engineers performs regular inspections, replacing standard mechanical components when necessary, while reinforcing the various enchantments that enable the train's special properties. Perhaps most remarkable about the Hogwarts Express is how completely it has transcended its Muggle origins. Few contemporary students boarding at platform 9 3/4 realize they are experiencing a magical adaptation of 19th century non-magical technology. The Scarlet steam engine has become so thoroughly integrated into wizarding tradition that many pure-blood families who initially resisted using Muggle transportation now view it with nostalgic reverence, considering the journey an essential part of the Hogwarts experience. This transformation reflects a broader pattern in wizarding society: the selective adoption and magical modification of Muggle innovations, subtly incorporated until their origins fade from common knowledge. Just as many wizards use wireless sets without recognizing their relationship to Muggle radio, or wear watches without acknowledging their non-magical heritage, the Hogwarts Express represents the wizarding world's pragmatic ability to adapt while maintaining its distinct identity. In recent years, some progressive elements within the Ministry have raised the possibility of updating the Hogwarts transportation system with more modern magical methods. These proposals have invariably met with passionate resistance from across the wizarding community. Parents who rode the Express in their youth insist their children deserve the same experience, and current students express horror at the idea of arriving at school through any other means. This devotion to tradition ensures that for the foreseeable future, the Scarlet steam engine will continue its regular journeys between London and Hogsmeade. As twilight gathers, and we imagine the Hogwarts Express winding its way through darkening countryside towards Scotland, we might reflect on how a simple solution to a practical problem transformed into something far more meaningful. A shared experience connecting generations of witches and wizards, a liminal space between the Muggle and magical worlds, and a journey that represents not just physical distance traveled, but the beginning of each student's unique magical education. What journey marks your own transition between ordinary life and something magical? And like those first students aboard the Express in 1851, how might we embrace innovations that initially seem foreign while adapting them to honor our deepest traditions? Chapter 9. The pride of Bane the Centaur. Hoofbeats echo through ancient trees as moonlight filters through a canopy of leaves, illuminating a powerful figure, half man, half horse, his wild black hair and beard framing a face stern with dignity and unyielding conviction. Deep within the forbidden forest dwells a being who has steadfastly defended Centaur traditions against encroaching wizard kind for generations. Tonight, we delve into the complex character of Bane, proud warrior, astronomer, and guardian of Centaur sovereignty, whose fierce independence shaped critical moments in the relationship between humans and magical beings during the most turbulent days of recent wizarding history. Unlike many magical creatures who interact regularly with the wizarding world, centaurs maintain a deliberate separation from human society, preserving ancient traditions and knowledge systems that predate even the founding of Hogwarts. Within the centaur herd that has inhabited the Forbidden Forest for countless centuries, Bane emerged as a leading voice for traditional values and fierce independence during the late 20th century, a period of particular tension between centaurs and wizard kind. If you could glimpse Bane in his natural environment, you would first notice his imposing physical presence. Standing taller than most of his herd mates, his human torso powerful and broad-shouldered, his equine body a deep, gleaming black that seems to absorb moonlight rather than reflect it. While most centaurs carry bows of simple functional design, Bane's weapon is adorned with symbolic carvings, representing significant celestial events he has witnessed and interpreted throughout his life, a physical record of his astronomical observations and their meanings. Bane's position within Centaur society emerged not through formal election or appointment, but through the natural recognition of his wisdom, strength, and unwavering commitment to Centaur values. Among centaurs, leadership manifests differently than in human hierarchies. Rather than claiming authority, Respected individuals like Bane earn influence through demonstrated judgment and steadfast adherence to traditional principles. This influence becomes particularly visible during councils where the herd gathers to interpret celestial signs or address threats to their territory. The worldview that shapes Bane's actions and decisions differs fundamentally from human perspective. Centaur philosophy embraces a cosmic understanding of time and events, viewing occurrences not as isolated incidents, but as reflections of celestial patterns and cycles that have repeated throughout history and will continue into the future. From this perspective, what humans might consider progress or development often appears as merely another turn in an endless cycle, neither inherently positive nor worthy of disrupting established ways. This philosophical foundation explains much of Bane's resistance to wizard intervention in Centaur affairs. Where humans see cooperation and assistance, Bane perceives patterns of encroachment and subjugation that have played out repeatedly throughout the long history of human-Centaur relations. His seemingly harsh or stubborn responses stem not from simple prejudice, but from a deep historical awareness of how such interactions typically unfold, with Centaur independence gradually eroded under the guise of cooperation. If you could listen to Bane speaking among his own kind, away from human ears, you would hear eloquence and depth largely hidden during his terse interactions with wizards. In the Centaur language, a complex amalgamation of spoken words, body postures, and tail movements, Bane articulates nuanced interpretations of astronomical signs and their implications for the herd. These discussions reveal not a simplistic mind, but one attuned to subtle patterns invisible to most human observers. Bane's knowledge of astronomy surpasses the understanding taught at Hogwarts, where wizarding astronomy often focuses on identification and basic movements of celestial bodies. Centaur stargazing incorporates subtle variations in light, color, and relative position that reveal deeper meanings. Through generations of oral tradition and personal observation, Bane learned to read the night sky as wizards might read a complex text, discerning layers of significance in patterns that most humans would overlook entirely. The relationship between Bane and Hogwarts has always been complex. While the Centaur acknowledges the ancient agreements that allow the herd to inhabit the forest adjacent to school grounds, he consistently advocates for the strictest interpretation of these boundaries. From Bane's perspective, each student wandering into Centaur territory, each casual intrusion by staff, represents not merely an inconvenience, but an erosion of sovereignty that, if left unchallenged, threatens the herd's independence. This zealous defense of boundaries became particularly evident during Bane's interactions with Rubeus Hagrid. Despite Hagrid's genuine respect for magical creatures, his regular incursions into the forest and casual attitude toward territorial distinctions represented precisely the type of encroachment Bane found most concerning. Their relationship epitomizes the fundamental disconnect between even well-intentioned humans who view the forest as shared space and centaurs who recognize distinct jurisdictions with clear, if invisible to human eyes, boundaries. The pivotal moment in Bane's relationship with the wizarding world came during Harry Potter's first year at Hogwarts, when fellow centaur Firenze rescued the young wizard from Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. This breach of non-interference principles represented everything Bane had warned against: direct involvement in human affairs that inevitably draws centaurs into wizarding conflicts not of their making. His furious response to Firenze was not mere temperamental outburst, but the reaction of someone witnessing the validation of long-held concerns. If you had been present during the subsequent Centaur Council, you would have witnessed Bane's impassioned argument that Firenze's actions threatened not just tradition but the herd's very existence. By intervening in a pivotal moment of wizarding destiny, the confrontation between Harry Potter and Voldemort, Firenze had potentially altered a cosmic pattern in ways that could reverberate back upon the centaurs themselves. From Bane's perspective, such intervention violated the most fundamental principle of centaur philosophy, that observation should take precedence over action when dealing with events written in the stars. The situation escalated dramatically when Firenze accepted a teaching position at Hogwarts several years later. For Bane, this represented not merely individual betrayal but an existential threat to Centaur identity. A centaur, teaching divination to humans meant sharing ancestral knowledge, developed over thousands of years of careful observation, knowledge that, in the wrong hands, could be misused or trivialized. More disturbingly, it suggested an acceptance of the subordinate role centaurs had historically been forced into by wizarding society. The resulting banishment of Firenze from the herd, though appearing harsh to human sensibilities, followed established centaur tradition for handling irreconcilable violations of core principles. Bane was not acting from personal animosity, but from his position as guardian of traditions that had preserved centaur independence through centuries of changing relations with the wizarding world. The exile represented not cruelty, but the painful necessity of maintaining boundaries that protected the herd's sovereignty. Bane's most direct confrontation with Hogwarts leadership came during Dolores Umbridge's brief tenure. When Umbridge foolishly ventured into the forest and insulted the centaurs with her prejudiced attitudes and condescending demands, she encountered the full force of Bane's protective fury. The incident revealed the dangerous naivete of ministry officials who viewed centaurs as half-breeds subject to wizard authority, rather than as an ancient, proud species with their own governance and territorial rights. If you could have observed Bane during this confrontation, you would have noticed the careful restraint beneath his apparent rage. While Umbridge saw only threatening behavior, Bane was actually following specific centaur protocols for dealing with hostile intruders, protocols designed to intimidate without necessarily causing permanent harm. His actions, while frightening to human sensibilities, adhered to principles of proportional response central to centaur ethical codes. The complexity of Bane's character became particularly evident during the Battle of Hogwarts, when the centaurs ultimately joined the fight against Voldemort's forces. This intervention seemingly contradicted his long-standing position on non-interference in human affairs. However, the decision aligned with deeper centaur philosophy, the recognition that certain cosmic threats transcend boundaries between species. Voldemort's perversion of natural order represented a danger to all magical beings, warranting the rare circumstance where direct action became necessary. Bane's participation in the battle demonstrated his exceptional martial skills. Centaur combat techniques combined physical strength with precise archery and strategic movement, abilities honed through regular practice within the forest depths. Witnesses described Bane moving with devastating efficiency through Death Eater ranks, his arrows finding targets with uncanny accuracy, while his powerful equine body trampled those who came too close. These abilities reflected not just natural talent, but years of disciplined training as warrior and protector. In the battle's aftermath, Bane maintained his characteristic reserve despite fighting alongside wizards. While other centaurs accepted healing assistance or engaged in conversation with their former opponents, Bane withdrew quickly to the forest boundaries, reinforcing separation even in victory. This behavior reflected his fundamental belief that temporary alliance against a common enemy should not blur the essential boundaries between centaur and human societies. Bane's relationship with Firenze experienced subtle evolution following the battle. While formal reconciliation remained distant, observers noted decreased hostility when their paths crossed during Firenze's occasional visits to the forest edge. This shift represented not abandonment of principle, but Bane's grudging recognition that Firenze's controversial choices had, despite all expectations, contributed to an outcome aligned with the greater cosmic balance the centaurs sought to maintain. The post-war period brought new challenges to Bane's leadership within the herd. Younger centaurs, impressed by the power and technologies displayed by wizards during the battle, began questioning traditional isolationism. These internal debates tested Bane's ability to articulate why boundaries remained necessary even after cooperation had proved beneficial. His responses drew on historical precedent, demonstrating how previous periods of closer wizard-centaur relations inevitably led to erosion of centaur autonomy and cultural practices. If you could observe a typical day in Bane's life, you would witness a carefully balanced routine of responsibilities. Mornings typically involve patrolling territorial boundaries. Afternoons are dedicated to training younger centaurs in archery and forest navigation, while evenings center on extended astronomical observation and interpretation. Throughout these activities, Bane demonstrates the integrated life philosophy that defines centaur existence, where daily practices connect directly to cosmic understanding, rather than separating into distinct realms of activity. Bane's personal dwelling, located in one of the forest's deepest glades, reflects this integrated approach to life. Unlike human homes with separate rooms for different functions, his living space centers around an open area where the forest canopy naturally parts to reveal the sky above. Carefully positioned stones create seating arranged specifically for optimal viewing of different celestial regions. The surrounding trees bear subtle carvings recording significant astronomical observations over decades, a living record of cosmic patterns visible only to those who know what to look for. The future of wizard-centaur relations remains uncertain, with Bane representing the traditional perspective in ongoing, cautious negotiations with the post-war ministry. While ministry representatives, particularly those influenced by Hermione Granger's magical creature rights advocacy, approach discussions with revolutionary proposals for integration and cooperation, Bane maintains focus on fundamental questions of territory, sovereignty, and non-interference. The bedrock issues that have defined centaur-wizard relations for centuries. For younger wizards raised on simplified stories of the war, Bane often appears as a minor character, the obstinate centaur who initially refused help but eventually joined the right side. This characterization fundamentally misunderstands his complex role as custodian of traditions stretching back to ancient times. His reluctance toward alliance stemmed not from indifference to Voldemort's threat, but from the wisdom of recognizing how temporary cooperation often leads to permanent entanglements that threaten centaur independence. Perhaps most remarkable about Bane is his patient commitment to a timescale foreign to human thinking. Where wizards measure progress in years or decades, Bane considers implications across centuries. His apparent intransigence in negotiations reflects not stubborn personality, but responsible leadership that considers how agreements made today will affect centaur autonomy generations hence. This perspective, simultaneously frustrating to ministry negotiators and essential to centaur survival, embodies the fundamental difference between species with radically different relationships to time and change. The pride that defines Bane is not simple arrogance, but the necessary dignity of a leader responsible for preserving his people's independence and traditions. In a world where magical creatures increasingly face pressure to integrate into wizard-defined systems, Bane's unwavering insistence on centaur sovereignty represents a crucial counterbalance, a reminder that cooperation should not require assimilation, that different magical traditions can coexist without merging into homogeneity. As moonlight shifts through forest branches and the centaur's hoofbeats fade into the distance, we might consider what Bane's story teaches about the nature of pride itself. When does fierce protection of tradition represent wisdom rather than mere stubbornness? And in our own lives, how do we balance necessary change with the preservation of foundational values that give our existence meaning and continuity through time? Chapter 10. The Origin of Dementors. Mist curls cold fingers across abandoned moors, a bone-deep chill that penetrates beyond flesh to touch the very soul, and somewhere in that impenetrable fog glides a figure cloaked in tattered darkness, its face, if it possesses one, forever hidden beneath a hood. Few creatures inspire such primal, instinctive horror as Dementors, those spectral guardians of Azkaban, whose mere presence drains joy and hope from the world. Tonight, we shall venture into shadowed history to explore the mysterious origins of these most dreaded beings, whose existence poses profound questions about the nature of magic itself. Unlike most magical creatures whose beginnings are recorded in naturalist compendiums or anthropological studies, Dementors have no clearly documented point of creation or discovery. They seem to exist at the periphery of wizarding history, appearing in records and testimonies without explanation for their presence, as though they had always haunted the darkest corners of the magical world, waiting to be encountered rather than created or born. The earliest confirmed written reference to Dementors appears in a fragmentary Norse manuscript dating from approximately 907 CE. The document, preserved in the restricted section of the Department of Mysteries archive, describes shadow feeders plaguing coastal settlements along what is now northern Scotland. The account details symptoms instantly recognizable to modern readers: sudden, inexplicable cold, feelings of despair and hopelessness, and in the most severe cases, victims left alive, but empty of thought and memory, though their hearts still beat and lungs draw breath. If you could examine this ancient text, you would notice the author's confusion about the nature of these beings. The writer debates whether they represent some form of particularly malevolent ghost, a previously unknown species of magical predator, or something entirely different, a manifestation of dark magic itself. This fundamental uncertainty about Dementor classification persists even in contemporary magical zoology, with experts still debating whether these entities truly qualify as beings or represent something else entirely. Another significant early account comes from Flemish magical records dated 1049. These documents describe an infestation of joy thieves that forced the abandonment of an entire magical village near what is now the Belgium-France border. Interestingly, this record contains the first mention of what would later be recognized as a Patronus charm, a guardian of light conjured by a local wizard that temporarily drove the creatures away, though not permanently enough to save the settlement. The geographical distribution of these early accounts suggests Dementors initially maintained a predominantly northern European range, with concentrations around the North Sea and Baltic regions. Whether this pattern reflects their actual origin point, or merely where they were first documented, remains subject to debate among magical historians. By the 13th century, however, accounts of Dementor encounters had spread throughout Europe, suggesting either population expansion or increased human awareness of their existence. Theories regarding Dementor origins fall into several distinct categories, each with varying degrees of historical and magical evidence. Perhaps the most ancient explanation comes from Arthurian-era magical tradition, which holds that Dementors represent the remains of humans who committed acts of such profound evil that their souls fragmented, leaving behind these spectral entities that feed on positive emotion as a substitute for what they have lost. While poetic, this theory lacks substantiating evidence beyond its metaphorical appeal. A more scholarly approach emerges in the work of 12th century magical theorist Godalot, who proposed that Dementors may not have originated as distinct entities at all, but represent the manifestation of accumulated dark magic. According to this hypothesis, regions where substantial dark magic was performed over extended periods might generate these entities as a form of magical residue, similar to how certain magical pollutants can eventually develop semi-sentient properties. This theory gained credibility following observations that areas associated with dark magic often experience higher than average Dementor activity. If you were to visit the Department of Mysteries and gain permission to access its most restricted archives, you might discover documentation of a particularly chilling origin theory developed during the 17th century. This classified research suggests Dementors may represent a magical experiment gone catastrophically wrong, an attempted creation of immortality that produced instead these undying, soul-consuming entities. The records remain deliberately vague about who conducted such experiments or when, though some scholars have noted correlations between the estimated earliest Dementor sightings and certain dark wizard activities in Scandinavia during the early Middle Ages. Perhaps most disturbing is the theory advanced by magical naturalist Perpetua Fancourt in her controversial 1799 treatise on non-being. Fancourt proposed that Dementors exist as natural phenomena, representatives of a fundamental magical principle related to entropy and emotional energy. According to this perspective, just as nature requires predators to balance prey populations, The magical ecosystem requires entities that consume and regulate emotional energy. This theory suggests Dementors serve some essential, if disturbing, role in maintaining magical equilibrium. The Dementor life cycle, if such entities can be described as having one, remains one of wizardkind's most enduring mysteries. Unlike nearly every other magical creature, Dementors have never been observed breeding, hatching, or otherwise reproducing, yet their numbers appear to increase under certain conditions, particularly in locations marked by human suffering. This correlation led medieval magical communities to believe Dementors somehow generated spontaneously from concentrated human misery, materializing in places like battlefields, plague-stricken towns, or sites of prolonged torture or imprisonment. Modern magizoologists have proposed an alternative explanation for this apparent population increase, that Dementors do not truly multiply but rather become more concentrated and active in areas of suffering, drawn by the emotional energy they consume. According to this theory, the total Dementor population remains relatively stable, but their distribution shifts according to available feeding grounds. This would explain why regions experiencing war or disaster suddenly report increased Dementor activity without any observed reproductive process. If you could somehow observe a Dementor through specialized magical instruments that reveal their true nature, you would discover an entity composed primarily of magical energy rather than physical matter. Their corporeal appearance, the tattered cloak, the scabbed hands, the suggestion of a hooded face, may represent not their actual structure, but how human perception interprets an entity existing partially outside conventional physical dimensions. This explains why they appear impervious to most physical attacks, yet remain vulnerable to specific magical energy manifestations, like the Patronus charm. The question of Dementor intelligence and sentience remains contentious within magical research communities. Their ability to distinguish between assigned targets and bystanders when serving as Azkaban guards suggests some level of cognition. However, they demonstrate no creative problem-solving, language use, or social organization beyond rudimentary pack behavior. Most contemporary magical theorists classify them as semi-sentient, possessing awareness and basic decision-making capacity, without true self-consciousness or moral agency. The relationship between Dementors and human magic users has evolved dramatically over centuries. Early interactions were primarily characterized by avoidance and defense, with wizarding communities developing protective charms and identifying environmental factors that deterred Dementor presence. By the Middle Ages, however, certain dark wizards had begun attempting to control these entities for personal gain, a dangerous endeavor that resulted in numerous documented cases of practitioners being overwhelmed and subjected to the Dementor's kiss. The pivotal transition in Dementor-wizard relations came in 1718, when Minister for Magic Damocles Roll proposed using Dementors as guards for the newly constructed Azkaban prison. This controversial decision marked the first institutionalized employment of Dementors, though most magical ethicists would reject characterizing the arrangement as actual employment, as it involved no consent or compensation, but merely the exploitation of the creature's natural feeding behaviors. The arrangement proved effective but ethically troubling. Dementors provided nearly inescapable security while requiring minimal management, but the psychological devastation they inflicted upon prisoners raised significant moral questions. Many humanitarian-minded wizards, including notable figures like Elphias Doge and later Albus Dumbledore, argued persistently against the practice, characterizing it as cruel and unusual punishment, regardless of the crimes committed by the incarcerated. If you had visited Azkaban during the height of Dementor control, the sensory experience would have overwhelmed even the most prepared visitor. Beyond the obvious cold and feelings of despair, long-term exposure to concentrated Dementor presence creates subtle perceptual distortions. Colors appear muted or grayscale, sounds seem distant or muffled, and time perception itself alters, with minutes stretching subjectively into hours. These effects, documented by ministry inspection teams required to make brief visits, hint at how Dementors may exist partially outside normal space-time constraints. The physical environment affected by Dementor presence undergoes remarkable transformations. Vegetation withers, water surfaces freeze even in summer, and normally social animals flee the area. More subtly, magical researchers have documented increased difficulty in performing certain types of spells within Dementor-saturated locations. Specifically, charms related to happiness, memory, and protection tend to require greater magical effort and produce diminished effects, as though the ambient magic itself becomes corrupted or depleted. The magical composition of Dementors presents particular research challenges. Unlike most magical creatures whose bodies can be studied if specimens become available, Dementors leave no physical remains upon destruction. When successfully eliminated, an extremely rare occurrence, typically involving massive concentrated Patronus energy from multiple powerful casters, they dissolve into a briefly visible dark vapor that quickly dissipates, leaving no material for magical analysis. This ephemeral nature has severely limited scientific understanding of their fundamental structure. Perhaps most unsettling is the Dementor's kiss, that dreaded ability to extract and presumably consume a human soul while leaving the body alive but empty. The metaphysical implications of this ability have troubled magical philosophers for centuries. If Dementors can remove souls, this confirms the soul's existence as something separate from the physical body and brain. But where does the extracted soul go? Is it destroyed, consumed, or merely displaced to some other state of existence? The Department of Mysteries maintains sealed records of research into these questions, though no conclusive findings have ever been publicly released. Throughout history, various cultures have developed unique magical defenses against Dementors beyond the Patronus charm. Ancient Egyptian wizards created specialized amulets containing preserved phoenix tears that provided partial protection. Nordic magical traditions utilized complex runestone arrangements that, when properly activated, created protected spaces Dementors could not enter. In East Asia, certain magical monasteries developed meditative practices that, after years of training, allowed practitioners to maintain positive emotional states even in direct Dementor presence. The relationship between Dementors and dark wizards has always been complex. While some historical dark practitioners attempted to control these entities for personal protection or to terrorize enemies, Dementors demonstrate no inherent loyalty, only temporarily aligning with those who provide access to emotional energy they can feed upon. This pragmatic alliance explains their shift to Voldemort's side during both wizarding wars, as his activities generated precisely the fear and suffering they naturally gravitate toward. The arrangement was symbiotic rather than ideological. If you could somehow communicate with a Dementor, a theoretical possibility that has never been reliably achieved, magical theorists speculate you would encounter not coherent thought, but something closer to pure emotional hunger. A consciousness organized entirely around the detection, pursuit, and consumption of human happiness. Whether this represents their natural state or the result of some ancient corruption or transformation, remains one of wizardkind's most enduring mysteries. Research into Dementor origins took a significant turn in the late 19th century when magical archaeologists discovered ancient sites in northern Scandinavia with distinctive runic inscriptions warning of soul feeders and providing protective measures against them. These sites, carbon dated to approximately the 5th century CE, suggest Dementors had established presence in that region significantly earlier than previously documented. More intriguingly, certain inscriptions hint at a specific location, a remote island in the Norwegian Sea, associated with their first appearance. Modern magical theory increasingly views Dementors through an ecological rather than purely malevolent framework. Just as predator species serve necessary functions within biological ecosystems despite appearing cruel from human perspective, Dementors may represent a natural magical counterbalance, entities that process and recycle specific forms of magical energy. This perspective doesn't diminish their danger, but contextualizes their existence within broader magical principles rather than as aberrations or manifestations of evil. Following the Second Wizarding War, the controversial decision to remove Dementors from Azkaban represented a watershed moment in magical creature policy. Minister Shacklebolt's reform, while primarily motivated by humanitarian concerns for prisoners, also acknowledged the fundamental ethical problem in forming institutional relationships with entities incapable of consent or moral understanding. The decision sparked renewed debate about Dementor classification and rights, if any, within magical law. The post-war period saw the establishment of the Dementor Research Initiative, a carefully regulated program within the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, dedicated to advancing understanding of these entities through observation rather than captivity, operating under strict ethical guidelines with Patronus-capable wizards always present. The initiative has documented previously unknown aspects of Dementor behavior, including evidence of rudimentary communication between individuals and seasonal migration patterns previously hidden from wizarding knowledge. As night deepens and shadows lengthen around us, we remain left with more questions than answers about these most mysterious and dreaded of magical entities. Perhaps this uncertainty itself reflects something profound about the nature of Dementors, that they represent not merely another magical species, but a manifestation of deeper magical principles related to entropy, emotion, and the boundaries between being and non-being. In their cold, empty hunger, we glimpse the void that exists as counterpoint to joy, the darkness that defines light through its absence. As you draw your blanket closer against imagined chill, consider this: what might we learn about ourselves from the creatures we most fear? And if Dementors truly feed on happiness, what does it reveal about the human spirit that our greatest defense against them is our capacity to concentrate and project our deepest, most powerful positive emotions, even in their terrifying presence? Chapter 11. The Brazilian Magical Sanctuary. Emerald canopies stretch toward an azure sky. Vibrant magical creatures weave between ancient trees, and the very air shimmers with enchantments older than written memory. Deep within the heart of the Amazon rainforest, hidden from Muggle eyes, and protected by some of the most sophisticated concealment magic ever created, lies one of the wizarding world's most remarkable achievements, a vast protected territory, where magical flora and fauna flourish in their natural state, untouched by the expansion of non-magical civilization. Tonight, we journey to South America to explore the wonders of the Brazilian Magical Sanctuary, where conservation, research, and ancient magic converge in a breathtaking testament to wizarding cooperation with the natural world. Unlike European magical preserves, which typically occupy relatively small, carefully bounded areas, the Brazilian Magical Sanctuary encompasses an astonishing expanse, approximately 17,000 square kilometers of pristine rainforest, making it the largest contiguous magical protected territory in the world. This extraordinary size reflects not merely conservation ambition, but magical necessity, as many of the creatures and plants within require vast territories to maintain their natural magical cycles and relationships. The sanctuary's founding dates to 1732, when Brazilian magical naturalist Isidora Calderon observed with growing alarm how Muggle colonization threatened magical species unique to the Amazon basin. Working with indigenous magical communities who had maintained balanced relationship with these creatures for millennia, Calderon proposed an unprecedented cooperative effort, creating a space where magical energy would be actively concentrated and preserved, rendering it effectively invisible and inaccessible to the non-magical world. If you could witness the initial enchantment ceremony that established the sanctuary's boundaries, you would observe one of history's most remarkable displays of cooperative magic. For 7 consecutive nights during the summer solstice of 1733, over 300 wizards and witches from 12 different magical traditions gathered in a perfect circle at what would become the sanctuary's center. Each practitioner contributed spells from their unique magical heritage, weaving them into a unified protective enchantment that remains active nearly 3 centuries later. The sanctuary's primary protective enchantment combines elements of unplottability with a sophisticated variant of Muggle-repelling charms. Rather than causing non-magical people to remember urgent appointments elsewhere, as with smaller protected locations, The sanctuary's boundary creates a subtle perceptual shift. Muggles physically crossing the border experience no specific deterrent, but find themselves instinctively turning in directions that lead back outside the protected zone, all while perceiving nothing unusual about their journey. This subtlety allows the sanctuary to remain hidden without creating the suspicious blank areas on maps that might attract unwanted attention. Beyond mere concealment, the sanctuary's magical boundaries serve crucial ecological functions. The enchantments include carefully calibrated atmospheric charms that maintain optimal conditions for magical species, correcting environmental fluctuations that might threaten delicate magical ecosystems. These spells have proven particularly vital in recent decades, as surrounding deforestation and climate changes would otherwise have impacted the sanctuary's internal climate. If you were fortunate enough to visit this remarkable place, your first impression upon crossing the magical boundary would be one of sensory transformation. Colors appear more vibrant within the sanctuary, scents carry more complex information, and sounds travel with unusual clarity. These perceptual changes reflect not illusion, but the actual magical enrichment of the environment. The concentration of magical energy enhances the natural world in ways that magical senses can detect. But Muggle perception would miss entirely. The sanctuary's internal geography defies conventional mapping. While wizarding naturalists have created detailed charts for navigation and research purposes, visitors often discover that distances and directions seem to shift subtly depending on their intentions and needs. This semi-sentient geographical response represents not a defect in the sanctuary's design, but a deliberate feature. The space responds to the magical energy of those within it, sometimes expanding to prevent over-concentration of visitors in sensitive areas or contracting to guide lost travelers toward ranger stations. The sanctuary's internal geography defies conventional mapping. While wizarding naturalists have created detailed charts for navigation and research purposes, visitors often discover that distances and directions seem to shift subtly depending on their intentions and needs. This semi-sentient geographical response represents not a defect in the sanctuary's design, but a deliberate feature. The space responds to the magical energy of those within it, sometimes expanding to prevent over-concentration of visitors in sensitive areas, or contracting to guide lost travelers toward ranger stations. At the sanctuary's heart stands the Institute of Amazonian Magical Research, a sprawling complex constructed primarily from living trees shaped through decades of careful magical cultivation. The main research building resembles a massive hollow ceiba tree, with dozens of interconnected chambers spiraling upward through its interior, each dedicated to the study of different magical species or phenomena. Unlike conventional architecture that might disrupt the forest's magical currents, these living structures actually enhance local enchantments by serving as natural conduits for magical energy. The Institute houses one of the wizarding world's most comprehensive libraries of magical botany and creature research. Its archives contain detailed observations dating back to the sanctuary's founding, creating an unparalleled record of magical species development and interaction. Unlike European magical libraries with their emphasis on spellbooks and history, the Institute's collection focuses on observational knowledge, detailed documentation of magical behaviors, properties, and relationships observed within the sanctuary over centuries. If you were to explore the Institute's research facilities, you would discover laboratories unlike any at Hogwarts or other European magical institutions. Rather than closed rooms with carefully controlled conditions, many research spaces open directly into the surrounding forest, allowing naturalists to observe subjects in their natural environment. Specialized enchantments permit close study without disrupting natural behaviors. Invisible observation platforms hover among the canopy, while underground chambers with transparent ceilings enable root system examination without disturbance. The sanctuary's administrative structure reflects its multicultural origins. Unlike European magical preserves typically governed by ministry departments, the Brazilian sanctuary operates under a council of guardians, comprising representatives from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic, indigenous magical communities, whose ancestral territories overlap with the sanctuary, international conservation organizations, and elected representatives of the sanctuary's permanent research staff. This complex governance ensures no single magical tradition dominates decision-making regarding the sanctuary's management. Among the sanctuary's most remarkable features are the 7 magical watersheds, river systems whose waters carry unique magical properties. Most famous is the Rio Luminoso, whose softly glowing waters contain extraordinarily high concentrations of healing properties. Plants growing along its banks produce ingredients with double or triple the potency of their counterparts elsewhere, making the carefully harvested botanical specimens highly valued by potion makers worldwide. The river's headwaters, located at the sanctuary's eastern boundary, serve as the primary cultivation site for rare medicinal plants that would have disappeared entirely without protection. If you were to follow the Rio Luminoso upstream during a full moon, you might witness one of the sanctuary's most breathtaking phenomena, the dance of the Luna frog. These palm-sized amphibians, whose silver-blue skin absorbs and stores moonlight, gather by the hundreds at certain riverbanks to release their collected lunar energy in synchronized pulses. The resulting light display not only facilitates their mating cycle, but triggers magical blooming in several rare plant species that flower exclusively during this event. Magical naturalists travel from around the world merely for the chance to observe this rare 12-minute display that occurs only 3 times yearly. Perhaps most significant among the sanctuary's inhabitants are several magical species found nowhere else on Earth. The azurite serpent, a 6-meter arboreal snake, whose scales change color to match surrounding magical energy patterns, possesses venom with unique properties that temporarily enhance magical perception. The cotylbird, distantly related to phoenixes but evolved for rainforest environments, grows leaves rather than feathers and can accelerate plant growth through its melodious song. Most remarkable is the lumifera tree, which develops symbiotic relationships with nearby magical creatures, its bioluminescent sap changing color to reflect the health of its symbiotic partners. The sanctuary plays a crucial role in magical creature conservation beyond its boundaries. Several species that nearly vanished during the magical creature trafficking crisis of the early 1900s were preserved only through sanctuary populations, and have since been successfully reintroduced to protected territories elsewhere. The golden-horned capybara, whose horns were once prized for wand cores, now maintains stable populations throughout South America thanks to careful breeding programs pioneered within the sanctuary. Research conducted within the sanctuary has revolutionized numerous fields of magical study. Brazilian potions masters, working with traditional indigenous knowledge and sanctuary-grown ingredients, have developed revolutionary approaches to brewing that require significantly less heat and energy than European methods, while producing more stable results. These techniques, gradually adopted by progressive potions experts worldwide, represent more harmonious approaches to magical creation that work with rather than dominate natural magical properties. If you were to spend time with the sanctuary's ranger patrol, you would witness magical conservation in active practice. Rangers don't merely monitor boundaries and enforce regulations, they actively participate in maintaining magical balances within the ecosystem. During seasonal transitions, rangers perform specific environmental enchantments that help stabilize magical energy fluctuations. They assist creatures during migration or hibernation periods when needed, and regularly renew the protective spells that prevent magical contamination from the outside world. The rangers employ specialized magical transportation, appropriate to the sanctuary's environment, rather than broomsticks, which would damage delicate canopy ecosystems and startle sensitive creatures. They utilize enchanted canvas hammocks that glide silently between trees, propelled by gentle air movement charms. For water travel, they use boats carved from fallen sanctuary trees and enchanted to move without disturbing the water's surface or the creatures beneath it. These transportation methods reflect the sanctuary's core philosophy: magical humans adapting to the environment rather than forcing the environment to accommodate them. While primarily dedicated to preservation, the sanctuary maintains carefully regulated educational programs. Select students from Castelo Bruxo, the Brazilian Wizarding School, earn competitive internships working alongside researchers and rangers. Additionally, the sanctuary hosts international exchange programs with major magical institutions worldwide, though participants must commit to extensive preparation, including magical oaths to preserve the sanctuary's secrets and respect its regulations. The relationship between the sanctuary and surrounding indigenous communities represents one of wizarding history's most successful examples of cross-cultural magical cooperation. Unlike colonial approaches that dismissed traditional knowledge, the sanctuary's founders recognized that indigenous magical practices often proved more effective and sustainable within the Amazonian ecosystem than European techniques. Today, traditional practitioners hold positions equal to formally educated wizards within the sanctuary's research and conservation teams, with knowledge exchange flowing in both directions. If you visited the sanctuary's western region, you might encounter one of its most unusual features, the Dream Forest. Within this 30-square-kilometer section, an ancient enchantment of unknown origin causes visitors to experience shared, dreamlike states while physically awake. These experiences, far from random hallucinations, reveal magical relationships invisible to normal perception, such as the magical energy flows between different species or the slow communication networks connecting ancient trees. Research teams studying this phenomenon work in pairs, one experiencing the dream state, while the other maintains normal perception and documents observations. The sanctuary faces ongoing challenges, despite its remarkable success. Magical contamination from surrounding development occasionally penetrates the protective boundaries, requiring constant vigilance and boundary reinforcement. Climate changes affecting the broader Amazon region create pressure on the sanctuary's environmental enchantments, demanding increasingly complex spellwork to maintain optimal conditions. Perhaps most concerning is magical poaching. Attempts by unscrupulous collectors to steal rare creatures or harvest valuable magical plants, necessitating sophisticated defensive enchantments and regular patrol. International magical cooperation provides crucial support for addressing these challenges. The International Confederation of Wizards designated the sanctuary as a protected magical heritage site in 1932, providing additional legal protections and resources. Magical universities worldwide contribute research partnerships that benefit both the sanctuary and broader magical knowledge. Even the goblin community, typically reluctant to involve themselves in wizarding conservation efforts, maintains a limited presence studying the unique magical minerals that form in areas of high magical concentration within the sanctuary. The future of the Brazilian magical sanctuary involves careful navigation between preservation and adaptation. While maintaining traditional protections, sanctuary leadership increasingly recognizes the need for controlled interaction with the broader magical world. Recent initiatives include the Magical Seed Bank, a project preserving genetic material from the sanctuary's rarest plants as insurance against potential future threats, and the careful introduction of magical species from other threatened environments that might otherwise face extinction. As twilight descends on the sanctuary and the forest awakens to its nocturnal magical rhythms, we appreciate how this remarkable place represents not merely conservation, but a philosophy. The belief that magical humans can exist in harmony with magical nature rather than asserting dominance over it. In the sanctuary's balanced approach, we glimpse an alternative relationship between wizard kind and the magical world that sustains our abilities and enriches our existence. As you drift towards sleep with images of luminous waters and enchanted canopies filling your mind, consider this: what lessons might we learn from places where magic flows freely in its natural state, unbound by human intention or control? And what sanctuaries might we create in our own lives, spaces where wonder and possibility flourish without constraint, protected from the sometimes harsh demands of the everyday world? Chapter 12: The Secret Frequencies of Wizard Radio. Dial hands move across enchanted faces of polished brass, seeking invisible signals that travel through the ether on waves of magic rather than electricity. Beyond the standard broadcasts that bring Celestina Warbeck's latest ballad, or the Quidditch World Cup commentary into wizarding homes across Britain, lie frequencies of greater secrecy and significance, channels hidden from casual listeners, accessible only to those who know the proper spells, possess specialized receivers, or understand the arcane schedules of transmissions that appear and disappear like ghosts in the night. Tonight, we explore the fascinating world of Wizard Radio's hidden broadcasts, where communication, subterfuge, and magical innovation converge in the airwaves between worlds. The concept of hidden frequencies within the Wizarding wireless network emerged almost simultaneously with the development of magical broadcasting itself. While Archibald Alderton's initial wireless experiments in the 1920s focused on creating accessible public transmissions, the potential for secure, private communication was immediately recognized by both the Ministry of Magic and various independent magical organizations. By 1926, barely a year after the first public broadcast, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had established its own closed-frequency system for Aurora communications. If you could examine one of these early specialized receivers, you would find an object significantly different from standard wireless sets. Where consumer models featured elegant wooden casings with simple tuning dials, DMLE communication devices resembled compact brass astrolabes with multiple overlapping discs that required precise alignment to access secure channels. These receivers incorporated not just mechanical components but runic engravings activated by specific wand movements, magical locks ensuring only authorized personnel could access sensitive transmissions. The technical mechanics of hidden frequencies differ fundamentally from their Muggle counterparts. While non-magical radio relies on broadcasting at different points along the electromagnetic spectrum, Wizarding Wireless utilizes variations in magical resonance, essentially creating channels that exist in slightly different magical dimensions rather than merely at different energy levels. This approach offers significantly greater security, as intercepting such broadcasts requires precise magical tuning rather than simply possessing sensitive receiving equipment. The development of increasingly sophisticated concealment techniques for wireless transmissions occurred largely through the efforts of Penelope Fawley, a magical communications specialist, who worked for both the ministry and private research organizations during the 1930s and 40s. Fawley pioneered the concept of magical frequency shifting, a technique whereby broadcasts would automatically and randomly change their magical resonance pattern several times per minute, according to predetermined algorithms known only to authorized receivers. This innovation made sustained eavesdropping virtually impossible even for skilled magical interceptors. If you could listen to the range of hidden frequencies active during an average day in modern Britain, you would discover a remarkable diversity of transmissions serving various specialized purposes. The Department of Magical Transportation maintains continuous broadcasts providing real-time updates on flu network congestion, temporary apparition restrictions, and portkey scheduling changes. The unspeakables of the Department of Mysteries utilize particularly elusive frequencies for communications so classified that the broadcasts self-encrypt even as they transmit, requiring specific mental disciplines as well as specialized equipment to interpret. Beyond official ministry channels, various professional communities maintain their own wireless networks. The Healer's frequency connects St. Mungo's with smaller magical medical facilities throughout Britain, providing consultation services for complex cases and coordinating responses during magical health emergencies. The Academic Exchange Network allows professors from Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and other European magical schools to share research findings and educational techniques through regular symposium broadcasts. The international dimension of secret frequencies represents one of Wizarding Radio's most sophisticated applications. The International Confederation of Wizards established the Emergency Broadcast System in 1962, creating a global network of magically linked transmitters capable of instantaneous worldwide communication during magical disasters. This system operates on a frequency that can override all standard wireless receivers, activating them even when turned off. A capability that raised significant privacy concerns, but proved instrumental during several international magical crises. If you possessed a wireless set modified to access historically significant hidden frequencies, you might tune into ghostly remnants of past secret broadcasts that continue to echo through the magical ether. Magical radio signals, unlike their Muggle counterparts, never truly dissipate, but merely fade to levels typically below detection threshold. With sufficiently sensitive equipment, listeners can occasionally catch fragments of decades-old transmissions, a phenomenon that has enabled magical historians to recover otherwise lost communications from critical historical periods. The most extensive use of secret frequencies in recent history occurred during the First Wizarding War against Voldemort in the 1970s. The Order of the Phoenix developed a sophisticated communication network using enchanted wireless sets that responded only to members' unique magical signatures. These devices incorporated elements of the Protean charm, automatically notifying all Order members when urgent broadcasts were occurring while remaining dormant and apparently non-functional to anyone else who might examine them. Perhaps the most technically impressive aspect of this system was its resistance to magical tracking. Traditional methods for locating the source of magical broadcasts proved ineffective against the Order's transmissions, which utilized a technique developed by Albus Dumbledore that temporarily borrowed ambient magic from the surrounding environment, rather than generating detectable new magical energy. This approach left no distinctive magical signature for Death Eaters to trace, allowing Order members to communicate with relative security even during the conflict's most dangerous periods. During periods of open conflict, the strategic importance of controlling wireless frequencies becomes paramount. In both Wizarding Wars, significant resources were dedicated to broadcasting disinformation on frequencies known to be monitored by opposing forces. The Ministry's Misinformation Office became particularly adept at creating convincing fake transmissions that appeared to originate from trusted sources, sowing confusion among Death Eater networks about meeting locations and operational plans. If you were to visit the Department of Magical Communications today and gain access to their monitoring facility, you would discover a vast room where dozens of specialized wireless sets simultaneously track broadcasts across hundreds of frequencies. Trained analysts work in shifts, documenting transmission patterns and flagging potentially concerning communications for further investigation. The department maintains comprehensive records of frequency usage trends dating back decades, allowing them to identify unusual broadcast patterns that might indicate illegal activity or emerging threats. The regulation of wireless frequencies within the wizarding world involves complex magical law. The Wireless Communications Act of 1954 established the Wizarding Wireless Authority, which oversees frequency allocation and enforces regulations against unauthorized broadcasting. Penalties for illegal transmission vary according to intent, from minor fines for accidental interference with reserved channels to potential imprisonment for deliberate intrusion into secure ministry frequencies. However, enforcement remains challenging due to the technical difficulty of tracing magically concealed broadcasts to their source. Beyond legitimate applications, secret frequencies play significant roles in less officially sanctioned activities. The wizarding black market maintains ever-shifting channels for arranging transactions involving restricted magical items. Smugglers specializing in dangerous creatures or regulated potions ingredients use particularly sophisticated encryption methods, often incorporating Parseltongue or other non-human languages as additional security layers against interception. More benignly, experimental music performances find homes on unofficial frequencies where artistic expression need not conform to the rather conservative standards of mainstream wizarding wireless. The Weird Sisters famously built their early following through unauthorized late-night broadcasts before achieving commercial success, and several contemporary magical music movements exist, primarily on these alternative channels. where more experimental magical sound techniques can be explored without constraint. The cultural impact of secret frequencies extends into wizarding youth culture, where knowing how to access unofficial broadcasts often serves as a form of social currency among students. At Hogwarts, despite official prohibitions, modified wireless sets capable of receiving certain restricted frequencies circulate among upper-year students, usually hidden in ordinary objects like bookends or teapots. The most popular unauthorized broadcasts include uncensored Quidditch commentary, international magical music unavailable through standard channels, and student-produced programming from magical schools worldwide. International variation in frequency regulation creates interesting complications for global magical communication. While the British Ministry maintains relatively strict control over wireless broadcasting, other magical governments take significantly different approaches. The Japanese Ministry of Magic designates certain frequencies for public experimental use, encouraging magical innovation, while the Brazilian Authority allows indigenous magical communities complete autonomy over specific frequency ranges to maintain traditional communication methods across vast rainforest territories. If you possessed the extraordinarily rare receivers capable of detecting non-human magical frequencies, you would discover entire broadcast spectrums inaccessible to wizarding ears without special equipment. Merpeople maintain sophisticated sonic networks operating at frequencies that travel efficiently through water, but require special translation to be comprehensible in air. Certain Centaur herds use a form of astronomy-linked transmission that synchronizes with specific stellar alignments, making their broadcasts available only during particular astronomical configurations. Perhaps most intriguing are the Goblin financial networks, complex transmission systems carrying encrypted information about market fluctuations, security arrangements for high-value vaults, and international metal commodity prices. These broadcasts utilize frequency-shifting patterns so sophisticated that unauthorized reception is virtually impossible, with security measures that reportedly include destructive enchantments triggered by unauthorized reception attempts. The precise nature of these protections remains speculative, as no wizard has successfully penetrated these communications and subsequently discussed the experience. The future of secret frequencies faces both technological and regulatory challenges. As magical communication methods evolve, traditional concepts of broadcasting increasingly merge with more targeted magical communication techniques. Experimental systems under development by the Department of Mysteries include thought-responsive receivers that deliver content directly to the listener's mind, rather than through audible sound, raising significant questions about privacy and mental autonomy that regulatory frameworks have not yet addressed. The educational applications of hidden frequencies demonstrate particular promise. Hogwarts has recently experimented with specialized broadcasts for students requiring additional instruction, allowing professors to provide supplementary lessons for struggling students or advanced content for those exceeding standard curriculum. The receivers, disguised as ordinary quills, activate only when touched by their assigned student and deliver content customized to their specific educational needs, a system particularly valuable for subjects like transfiguration, where additional guided practice significantly improves performance. During the darkest days of the Second Wizarding War, when the Ministry had fallen and official channels broadcast only Voldemort's propaganda, secret frequencies became lifelines for the Resistance. Beyond the better-known Potterwatch program, dozens of smaller local broadcasts maintained connections between isolated magical communities, shared critical safety information, and preserved morale through news of successful resistance activities, carefully omitted from official reports. The technical expertise required to establish these wartime broadcasts came from unexpected sources. Wizarding wireless enthusiasts, hobbyists who had spent years experimenting with communication magic as a personal interest, suddenly found their specialized knowledge vital to resistance efforts. Arthur Weasley's decades of tinkering with Muggle technology proved unexpectedly valuable in developing hybrid broadcasting systems that combined magical transmission methods with Muggle electronic components, creating signals that Death Eater tracking teams were unprepared to detect or interpret. If you could examine the actual equipment used for Potterwatch broadcasts, you would discover ingenious magical engineering. The primary transmission device, no larger than a snitch, contained components from a standard wireless set, miniaturized through precisely controlled shrinking charms. The power source utilized modified Muggle batteries enchanted to draw ambient magical energy rather than requiring conventional charging. Most impressive was the frequency masking system, which disguised transmissions as common household magic to any detection spells searching for unauthorized broadcasts. The post-war period has seen significant evolution in the landscape of secret frequencies. The Shacklebolt administration introduced reforms allowing greater public access to previously restricted channels, particularly for educational and cross-cultural exchange purposes. This liberalization reflected broader post-war changes in wizarding society, including increased openness to international magical cooperation and greater transparency in governance following the corrupted secrecy of the Voldemort regime. Contemporary magical communication researchers continue exploring the boundaries of what's possible in wireless transmission. Recent experiments at the Department of Mysteries have investigated temporal broadcasting, transmissions that travel not just through space but through time, potentially allowing messages to be received in the past or future. While strictly theoretical and surrounded by formidable ethical questions, this research highlights how magical wireless technology continues pushing boundaries long after its Muggle counterpart has been superseded by newer communication methods. As night deepens around us and the wireless in the corner softly hums with distant voices traveling across invisible magical pathways, we recognize how these hidden frequencies represent more than mere technical achievement. They embody the wizarding community's enduring balance between openness and necessary secrecy, between sharing knowledge widely and protecting information that requires responsible management. In the complex dance of revealed and concealed communication, we glimpse the sophisticated social fabric that maintains wizarding society's distinctive character in a world of increasing transparency. What frequencies might resonate in your own life? Those channels of communication, visible or hidden, that connect you to communities that matter. And what messages might you send across the ether if you found yourself with access to frequencies that reached precisely those who needed most to hear your voice?